Hello everybody, welcome to today's stream and welcome to our first qualifier for the Sketch Academy Pride Month VGC Invitational. I realize I still have that visible on the screen. Give me 1 second. There it is. Alright, well. Hello everybody, welcome, welcome. We have this going on tonight. The Charity Invitational. Currently, I also forgot to undo that. Yes, we are currently watching Croc versus Croc on screen. Apparently, no. I just tested it with their name because it's just a really long name and I needed to make sure I had the sizing correct. Anyways. Yeah, kinda. It did cross my mind when I was rearranging the spacing for everything earlier today that, hey, not only does that fit, not only does Croc's name fit perfectly, it's also a decently long name, so it's a good test for sizing too. But anyways, yeah, hi everybody. Hey Vitamin, hey Croc, Swifty, thank you for dropping in. And Theo with the raid while I was on my starting soon screen. Thank you very much for the follow. If any of you guys are still around, very much appreciated. I am ChouRaven. I am also in Theo's Discord server, so you probably see me around. I do a lot of Pokemon. I stream this tournament weekly. This month we're doing a charity invitational. So we're doing our qualifiers right now. As well, on top of the invitational tournament happening at the end of the month and the qualifiers going on before that. I'm also doing a separate charity event for the same cause. Basically, this tournament is part of this, but I'm doing a separate thing where on my stream I'm going to be doing a lot of shiny hunting, collabs, and other stuff, trying to raise money for Rainbow Railroad as well. On the Twitch side of things, you can type in, there's a bunch of exclamation mark options in the title. Exclamation mark charity will pull up the main charity drive that I'm currently doing this month. Exclamation mark tournament will pull up the link to the tournament page so you all can look at the pairings and the standings currently, all of that. And there's also exclamation mark prize pool, which it will pull up the link to donate to increase the prize pool for the Invitational at the end of the month, which is currently sitting at 150 Canadian guaranteed. But anyways, with that whole spiel out of the way for the moment, we're going to just double check and see whose match is still ongoing that we can jump in on round one. Currently still going. Yuyura's versus Glory is 1-1 currently. James versus Evelyn sitting at 1-0. Campy, yeah. Okay. We got a couple matches still ongoing. There are about 6 of them. Who do we want to drop in on that hasn't already finished up for the round? I mean, obvious answer to that is probably Mugiwara versus, I'm gonna butcher the hell out of that name if I try to say it. Oh yeah, if you and Dialga end up playing each other, yeah, that has to be a stream match. It just has to be. 100%. Unless I've gone ahead and streamed either of you separately at that point, but yeah, that would have to happen almost just regardless. Aside from that, okay, there's Pup and One match. Okay, cool. Alright, we are going to try and put a... Yep, that is the plan, Vinaman. Just trying to figure out which in-progress match I wanted to jump in on. Okay, apparently this match had a delay happening because one of them lost internet for a few minutes. So this is probably far enough behind that it'll be worth watching. I stand corrected. They just reported Game 2's results. It is 1-1, so we're going to end up watching this for Game 3. Oh. That's fine. We're going to get ready to watch this. Get the Invitational promo off the screen. Okay. Just waiting for King to pop in here and figure out what that they need to redirect that. What's going on? There's something going on in the chat right now. Okay. Nope, there's no conversation happening, so King's just taking a moment, I suppose. Oh. Apparently, King is resetting their internet again because their internet went down a second time. All right. On that note, while I'm waiting for this to start, I'm good. I should turn down my TV slightly. Okay. Swear to God, every time I turn this thing on, the volume changes on me. Well, basically, every other match except this one is done now, so, just waiting for the two of them to start this battle. Thinking about. And that's it for that match, apparently. Apparently, King couldn't get their internet to reconnect in time, so they just declared it a loss for themselves. And it seems like they're just dropping from the tournament, and going to bed because of internet issues. Oh well, it's too bad. Hate to see it. Kind of sucks for us. Sucks for stream because, yeah, we were waiting for that to jump back in. But let's see, who's the last match still playing? There is one other one. It is Hero versus Glory. Okay, hold up. I'm a little surprised. And they just declared the victory. Okay, never mind. We're gonna start. We're gonna be starting with game. We're gonna start with round 2. Okay, for anybody in the chat who is playing currently, round 2 pairings are live. Give me 1 second to announce it in the Discord. Alrighty, so let's see who's going to be our pairing for this round. Let's see, we've got RIP Nightmare versus Comfy. We've got Glory versus Kaito. Vitamin versus Mongula. Go to Phoenix versus Smogolem. That's a good one. I like that. That sounds like a good match to watch. I think that's where we're going for round 2. Ready to get clapped because you've been playing like cheeks all day? That's unfortunate. Guys, I'm going to put this up on screen to block the room code while I enter in. Alrighty. Just waiting for Smug Golem to ready up here at this point. There we go. Alright. Our round 2 stream match between Smug Golem and Jody Phoenix is starting. I see the Trick Room setup going on Smug Golem's side. Looks like a Mega Golurk situation. Torkoal, Oranguru is a setter. Farigiraf is another setter. Meanwhile, over on Joe's side of things, we've seen Joe plenty in this tournament before. He's one of our regulars. Usually does pretty well. I'm just staring at the Komodo. I'm just staring at the Komodo. Oh boy. What's Joe got cooked up here? Speaking of Trick Room setup, I wonder then if maybe that's a Mega Venusaur as well on Smug Golem's side. There's a fast option. If not, in Trick Room, you just Mega it to keep the speed down and the bulk up. Ooh, Smug Golem's got the Golurk trainer kind of. He's definitely been doing a lot of grinding with that. Alright, the Smug Golem side is bringing up the Farigiraf and the Golurk. And meanwhile, Joe's brought out the double dragons, Garchomp and Komodo. And we've seen the Komodo run away with things quite a few times in this tournament. If you let that thing get set up, it's just kind of curtains for most teams. But not really seen a Mega Golurk pop up in this tournament before. I am excited. Smug Golem does go for the Mega Evolution for the Golurk. We get the clanging scales from the Komodo. And a Dragon Claw from the Garchomp to knock that Farigiraf down quite a bit. Not enough. So this will be a Twin Beam. Do a fair amount of damage to the Komodo. We're knocking that thing down with critical hit for the second hit, knocking it down to 16 HP. What are we going to see on the Golurk side? There's a Poltergeist going into the Komodo, gonna finish it off. No Trick Rooms set up just yet, but Komodo has been removed from the field entirely. And that'll be the King Gambit coming out in its place. Did have a rather fast round 1 tonight, going directly into round 2. Garchomp goes for the Dragon Claw, bringing the Golurk down to 69 HP. The Golurk will take a giant chunk out of the King Gambit with that hit, knocking it out one shot. Not even letting the King Gambit get anything going. As he set up the Trick Room, no longer worried about the low speed on the King Gambit, maybe outspeeding you under the Trick Room. Joe's in a rough spot here. Bringing out the Charizard, only 2 Pokemon remaining, Trick Room up, no real way to counter it aside from trying to stall it out. It's only 2 Pokemon. That's going to be a little rough to do. Charizard going for Protect. Shielding it from that incoming Rock Slide, which will connect with the Garchomp, though. Not taking a huge amount of damage from that. And the Farigiraf will go for the Hyper Voice, just trying to finish it off with extra damage. But gonna do a fair amount more damage with a critical hit on the Garchomp. But Garchomp will go for the Earthquake, try and dish some damage to both enemy Pokemon. Picking up the KO into the Golurk, not quite managing to KO the Triggerap, though. And that is the Torkoal coming out. Ooh, as a Trick Room player myself, I know very well that Torkoal is almost certainly the slowest thing on the field here. And with the Sun out, that threatens a lot of damage. But we do have two Pokemon that resist fire on the other side, so maybe not a huge amount. Unless the Torkoal is Rock and Solar Beam, which it will be a Protect from the Garchomp. As the Torkoal goes for the Eruption, still doing a sizable amount of damage to that Charizard, who doesn't really have that much defensive investment. But the Hyper Voice will continue on, bringing Charizard to the 69 HP, letting it get a Heat Wave off, finishing off the Farigiraf, not quite doing, still a sizable amount of damage to the Torkoal with the Sun out. A little more than I would have expected, honestly. But that Sun boost is no joke. Small Golem has to bring out their last Pokemon, the Venusaur, hiding in the back, which, likely Chlorophyll, maybe not what Small Golem wants right now. Means the Venusaur is probably faster than everything else, which means with the Trick Room up, Venusaur is probably going last. Gonna be very much threatened by that Charizard in the meantime. But that Garchomp can live an Eruption and manage to do enough damage. Oh, got a Heat Wave instead of an Eruption from the Torkoal this time. Not quite managing to KO anything. Charizard going for the Heat Wave, completely wiping Venusaur off the field. And giving Garchomp the chance to take a shot at Torkoal. And that will be the Earthquake. Will not touch the Charizard flying in the air, but that Torkoal not liking the look of that. Unfortunate, but Joe D. Phoenix turns that game around. Going for the win. And I realized I forgot to reset the score in between matches. This is the score actually right now. Joe successfully managed to turn that around. And now we're going into game 2. Small Golem seemed to have a pretty commanding lead at the beginning of that game. And the Trick Room, once he got the Trick Room up, it definitely felt like that should have been a massive advantage for him. Unfortunately, the Pokemon that he had in the back didn't quite work out against the remaining Pokemon on Joe's side. But will Smogolem have a idea here and manage to rearrange the Pokemon they're sending out and manage to do this a little better this time? Definitely feels like the Venusaur was hiding in the back just in case the Trick Room didn't quite go off or the Trick Room got stalled out. And that's not the way the game went. Joe redoing their leads this time with the King Gambit and the Basculegion up front. Meanwhile, Smogolem's starting it off with the Farigiraf and the Venusaur. No speed boost for the Venusaur currently, with no Sun up. Might have been expecting the Charizard up front. But Venusaur will go for the Mega Evolution this time, giving it some boosted bulk, making it and removing its weaknesses to Ice and Fire. That will be a Wave Crash from the Basculegion into the Farigiraf, hoping to wipe that thing off the field early. Not quite managing. That will be a successful Sleep Powder from the Mega Venusaur into the King Gambit. putting that thing to sleep before it can assumedly run a Cow Cleave to finish off the Frigoraph. And that will be Trick Room, giving Smugolem the speed advantage going forward here. Except for that King Gambit. The King Gambit may well be slower than everything else on the field, depending. Frigoraph goes for the Helping Hand into Venusaur. Gonna make sure whatever it's about to do is incredibly effective. But that will be a Protect from the Basculegion. King Gambit wakes up and goes for the Cow Cleave, knocking out the Frigoraph. The Frigoraph's already had its actions, but what's the Venusaur up to? Is it going to hit the Protect? Nope, it's going for an Earth Power into the King Gambit. Not quite managing to pick up the KO, even with the Helping Hand boost. Knocking it down to 29 remaining HP. That will be the Torkoal coming out in the Frigoraph's place. No longer, with the Mega Venusaur, no longer worried about the Chlorophyll boost in the sun. The Gambit could still be threatening a Sucker Punch here, but definitely looks like Torkoal otherwise will probably go first and wipe it off. Basculegion getting swapped out for the Garchomp, and that will be a Sucker Punch to lower the HP on the Torkoal. Didn't want to risk the Eruption that time, going for the Heat Wave instead. Still going to pick up the KO into the King Gambit, leaving Venusaur to do what it needs to the Garchomp. That is a Giga Drain. Not going to do quite as much damage as it would have to the Basculegion, but still a sizable amount, triggering the Citrus Berry, bringing the Garchomp back up to about half HP. And Joe bringing out the Charizard instead of the Basculegion right now. Trick Room still kind of a problem. But then again, the Charizard's probably not all that worried about taking the hit from either Pokemon that Smugolem has on the field. And opening the Garchomp up to use Earthquake. The Mega Charizard Y hitting the field once again. Garchomp going for the Protect. Will be an Eruption out of the Torkoal. Still in a decent HP range for that to be at full power. A little higher. But still not enough to do any major damage to the Charizard. And the Sleep Powder from the Venusaur does not connect either. That Heat Wave not doing anywhere near as much as last time with the Venusaur's thick fat ability now. But still managing to do a sizable amount of damage without taking much back. Torkoal no longer at optimal range for the Eruption. It's going to have to be relying on Heat Wave or whatever other attacks it has. From last round, last game it did not look like it had Solar Beam, but most of those Torkoals are still rocking Earth Power. Double Heat Wave miss, not what Smugolem wants to see here, but the Sleep Powder will connect with the Garchomp, managing to stop that thing cold. But the Heat Wave from the Charizard will pick up the KO into the Torkoal, leaving the Venusaur just barely alive. But that will be the last turn of Trick Room. Smugolem down to the last Pokemon, which is the Golurk. Joe's definitely managed to play this a lot better than he did Game 1. And unfortunately, Smugolem doesn't seem to quite figured out the way to come out over this. Unless that Golurk is about to do some real numbers. But that will be a Heat Wave from the Charizard, taking out the Venusaur, knocking the Golurk down to most of its HP. That will be a That will get the Rock Slide in response, though not doing enough to the Garchomp, KOing the Charizard completely. Once again, Smogolem is down to their last Pokemon, and that Basculegion is almost certainly faster, so this is very likely game, ladies and gentlemen. Also, Big Dragon, how you doing tonight? The Dragon Claw from the Garchomp will pick up the KO. That makes this round go to Joe D. Phoenix. Picking up this round 2-0. Continuing their undefeated streak into round 3. Hey, Dragon. How you doing tonight? I realized that that's kind of touching type in there, so we're going to shift the name over slightly. But yeah, that's our round 2 match, going to Joe D. Phoenix. But with that in mind, we're going to pull up Joe's team sheet on stream, like we usually do. If I can find it. There we go. There we are. Alrighty, let's take a look at the winning team. Yeah, I caught a few breaks there. I was commenting during Game 1, Joe, that it looked like Smogolem had that in the bag, and then just the Pokemon they had in the back just weren't what they needed to counter your team. So, kind of an unfortunate moment for their team select there. They definitely came out a lot better in Game 2 out of there, but you figured their stuff out, and you adapted a lot better than they did for Game 2. I'm doing okay, Dragon. Was in a bit of a rush getting things ready for this today, but, just trying to get stuff ready, trying to chat with people who wanted to chat, trying to support my friend Lydia, the head of Shinies for Good, who we're doing the charity for right now. Who was on Twitch's front page earlier, so that was a thing. Hey, Bamberry! Thank you for dropping in with the raid. Much appreciated. How are you doing tonight? And anybody from Bamberry's community dropping in, hello once again. I am ChouRaven, fellow V Canada member, fellow Canadian, much like Bamberry. Currently hosting the qualifier matches for a charity invitational I'm doing at the end of the month. I can pull up the graphic for that in a minute. We're just going to go over the winning team from round 2 first. There is a $150 prize pot for the invitational at the end of the month. Put all the different charity links around for people to donate to either increase the charity pot or to, if they want to skip the middleman and just donate directly to the charity, !charity, sorry. We'll pull up the Tiltify link so you can just take a look at all the donation rewards I have handy and help support good charity, which is Rainbow Railroad, whose logo is above my head. You're doing pretty good? It's going pretty good, Barry. Thank you very much. Once again, raid, greatly appreciated as always. We're just about to go over this team here. Once again, I hope you've got a few more submissions for the O Canada thing at this point. I know I handed mine in super late, but sounds like I am not the only one. Feel free to let me know if you need me to do anything a little differently to help match up with other things, or just any changes you might want made to that. I'll try and get to those a lot faster than I got the base version up. But anyways, show the Phoenix's team up on screen right now. We've got Citrus Berry Garchomp, running Adamant Nature for the extra boost to the damage, Dragon Claw, Earthquake, Rock Slide, and Protect. Pretty solid set, honestly. King Gambit with the Choppleberry, trying to make sure it survives fighting attacks from non-fighting types. I'm pretty sure that still gets KO'd by the Sneasler with close combat, or anything with the stab damage usually KOs that regardless. Choppleberry does save it from a lot of other things. Iron Head, Kowtow, Cleave, Sucker Punch, and Protect. Once, as I say repeatedly, aside from Choppleberry, I like Black Glasses myself. That's the moveset I usually go for on King Gambit. I think it works best for it, honestly. And the outlier on the team, the Komodo with Leftovers, Soundproof, Timid Nature going for that speed buff, Clanging Scales, Clangor Soul for the boost, Aura Sphere for its major for that attack there, fighting type move, and Protect to make sure it's safe from things. Whimsicott we did not see come out once that entire match, but I get it. It was a Trick Room team you were facing. The Whimsicott, you're not really doing much with the Whimsicott except maybe Encore to stop the Trick Room user from doing what they're doing. But frankly, if you can just end the Trick Room user up front, that's usually for the best. Focus Sash, Timid Nature for the speed buff, Protect, Tailwind, Encore, and Moonblast. Meanwhile, the Colbur Berry Basculegion going for the resist on that instead of the extra speed like most people. Adaptability for that extra damage, Adamant Nature just maximizing the damage output, Protect, Aqua Jet, Wave Crash, and Last Respects. It's pretty straightforward, pretty standardized set at this point. You don't have to worry about the Choice Scarf locking you into things, so Protect becomes an option. Not worried about the flip turn quite as much. And then we got the Mega Charizard Y, Modest Nature. We're going for the damage over speed on this one. Heat Wave, Solar Beam, Weather Ball, and Protect. Hey Dialga, how you doing tonight? Having issues with one of your matches, or just generalized team health? You're doing good? Alright, that's good to hear. Okay, so you lost game 2. Yeah, hacks are just sort of a way of life in this game, unfortunately. As somebody who has won due to hacks quite a number of times, I just look at it as the hacks giveth and the hacks taketh away at this point. I've won to it enough. I can't be too mad when I lose to it. You low-key should not have won your last set, Cinnamon. Oh. Not what you want to hear. Not what you want to hear. Anyways, let's just... We're gonna... that away. We're going to pull back up the promotional image for the tournament currently going on. Since we do have a couple of matches remaining in this round, I got a little time to talk about it. Once again, did Croc lose their round 2? Yeah, sure did. Kenneth. It happens. But here's the thing, Dialga, you've got to understand, sometimes, especially when you start winning major events, people start looking at your teams and the meta starts adapting to what you're doing. So, Croc winning a bunch of Limitless tournaments and then capping that off by winning a regional with that exact same team it's a good team. People are starting to adapt to it. So that just makes the matches a little harder. It's why a lot of major players swap teams every single event. Because once they've had a major victory or two with one team, everybody's getting ready for it. Yeah, also bad luck. Bad luck is also a factor, but it also, I just find more people are ready for you. But yeah, as I was saying, we are hosting this month a charity invitational at the end of the month on the 28th. Influx of Parish Trap incoming. Yeah, well. Yeah, that's the good way to look at it. Look, man, Parish Trap teams do pop up quite a bit because Wolfie. But let's be absolutely honest. Historically speaking, not a lot of people can emulate Wolfie's playstyle. And Wolfie's teams are very much suited to his playstyle and not much else. So when Wolfie pulls a good team, generally speaking, there aren't a lot of people who can manage. Oh, now it's Marco. Oh yeah, Marco was running that too, wasn't he? But once again, when you start looking at top players running a really complex team build, that's going to be a little different. Because now you're going to have a lot of people trying and just not understanding how to play the team properly. It's not like Croc's team where that's just a really solid team. And anyone who just kind of knows how to play the game can probably pick it up and have a general idea what's going on. Wolfie's teams and Marco's teams are a little more complex and going to take a little more figuring out. But hey, if somebody wants to put in the hours and hours of practice to figure out how to use that team properly, all power to them. But yeah, we're running that invitational on the 28th at our usual time. All of our tournaments, including from tonight up until that point, are qualifiers for the event. There's Trap Entrainment, no guard, oh god. But we are not the only on Limitless Tour that is running qualifiers for this event. We are also very lucky to have some additional help from Chaos League, from... God, I gotta pull up the calendar. Yeah, from Ald Tours, from PWT, from... Gonna pull it up, honestly. Let me pull up the calendar. There's too many things. I know who runs the tournaments, but I'm not offhand thinking about VGC Trainer School. That's AOX's tournament. PWC and Alt Tours are all going to be hosting qualifier events for us. VGC Trainer School actually hosted one earlier this morning. Smung. Let me take a look. I can probably do that, but let's see. Was that your opponent this game, or no? That was Venoman's opponent this game. Okay, yeah. I can definitely. I mean, they're going 1-1 currently, but yeah, we can probably do that. Venoman was saying Venoman was saying that there was no way they should have won that game like they did, so that definitely an interesting. What team are they running? Oh, all right. Alolan Ninetales, Glamora, and Aegislash. Yeah, okay. Like the Talonflame, the Garchomp, and the Rotom, or whatever. That's just good Pokemon. What do you mean Alolan Ninetales and Aegislash and Yeah, okay. I'm in. That's an interesting team. I'm down. And as I was saying, we have a $150 prize pool to be split 50-50 between the winners of the tournament and the charity. If you would like to help increase the prize pool, you can... hang on, I will start pulling up links for stuff. I realize I can just do that. If you want to help donate to increase the prize pool, the link is in the chat currently. If you're on the YouTube side of things, you can find that in the video description. And if you don't want to deal, and if you want to skip the middleman and just donate directly to the charity campaign, there is the charity thing at the charity link as well. I'm going to just go ahead and pin the prize pool thing for the time being, because that's probably the most relevant. But there is the charity campaign as well, benefiting Rainbow Railroad. The link to the Tiltify is in the chat. That's in the video description as well. I got plenty of little charity rewards for people who donate. Things ranging from you being able to make me play certain games if you're choosing on stream. Me hunting you a shiny Pokemon live on stream to kind of be able to show that I did it legitly. Also, I will draw your either your OC or a character of your choosing if you donate $5. I'm not the greatest of artists, but I will attempt to do it as best I can. And there's a bunch of milestone goals for the campaign as well. If I reach, at this point, $80 is the karaoke stream that I've had on a lot of these campaigns for a while, but this campaign is probably the closest I've ever been to actually having to do it. And also the $100 charity goal, where I will make and eat the PB and wet on stream. And this is by far probably not the crowd that knows what that is, but long story short, VTuber Twitter thing. It is basically you take 3 slices of bread, spread peanut butter on one side, jelly on the other slice of bread, and then you take a 3rd slice of bread, soak it in water, and put that in the middle. And it apparently it's as horrible as it sounds. But if you want to make me suffer and eat it, $100 to charity will do it. Hey, RIP Nightmare, how you doing? Yeah, rolled in at just the right time to hear that one. I'm doing okay. Just waiting out the last couple matches of the round. We just finished watching Jody Phoenix versus Smogolem in round 2 there. I see you're going 2-0 right now, so obviously you're doing pretty good. I think next round. Hey, Mary. Hey, thank you. Welcome to the tournament. I hope you have fun today. Huppin's currently going 1-1. That's good to see. Yippee indeed. Hey, Leafeon, how you doing tonight? 2 matches still ongoing, which One of them's Puppin. Yeah, Puppin and Fake versus Anosh. Okay. Both games that currently in Game 3. Rick's never showed up to their game. Who was the... Just so I know, who was the no-show in Game 1? Somebody else entirely. Okay. Alright, we're down to one remaining match. It is Fake versus Anosh still going on, which means... Hey, Puppin, how you doing? I was just looking at your match to see what was going on there. I see you didn't quite manage in Game 3 there. Welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. And Lexi VGC, thank you for the follow. Got the one remaining match happening right now, currently in Game 3. Part of me wants to just kind of jump in on it and see what's going on, but I'm gonna watch this end like the second I walk into the room. Close set, you weren't able to pull through, still planning on winning the whole thing though? Yep. 100%. You still have a chance. Like, realistically, top 8, like getting into the top cut, usually is just anybody 4-2 or higher. Though, realistically speaking, sometimes 4-2 is down to resistance. But yeah, you've only lost one so far. You can just win out and guarantee yourself a spot. Like, trust. Yeah. I see, Lexi, you won your match this round as well, going 2-0 right now. Nice, nice. Current match going is between Anosh and Fake. Your third tournament ever? Nice. What teams are these guys running if you're taking this long? Anosh has a Snorlax Halucha team. So if that doesn't just kind of tell you what to expect there. Meanwhile, Fake HK on the opposite side of that is rocking I'd say a pretty standard Scovillain team with Politoed instead of Pelipper as a rain setter, which makes me wonder if that's a Parish Trap team. Not that I see any Arena Trap in this team, so I don't know for sure. Let's find out. Nope, it is not a Parish Trap team. Interesting. I don't think I've ever... I do see the Psych Up, though, so there is some shenanigans happening here. There's a Lumina Crash, Baton Pass, Espathra here, and a Psych Up Politoed. There is some shenanigans happening on that team. No problem, you just manifest the spirit of every world champion in some sort of homage to the Avatar state when your first ever tournament. Go for... You got this, Puppin. You got this. Don't worry. Trust. Hey, Swifty. How you doing? Fake is actually a friend of yours, and yeah, that team is really fun. It looks like it. I immediately looked at a couple of the Pokemon and was like, oh, I think I understand what I'm looking at to some extent here. That looks fun. It's inspired by a Japanese team. If so, that makes sense. Japanese players are absolutely ridiculous team builders and pull some absolutely hilarious shenanigans. Get Psych Up Polytoad, that's tech you're not prepared for, but figure something out. Yeah. Yeah, the Psych... No, everybody gangsta until the Psych Up Polytoad rolls in. That's about 6.5 minutes remaining on the timer for this round. That match is still ongoing. Yeah, you know what? We're just gonna drop in real quick rather than sit here and not do anything. We're gonna drop in on this real quick. See what's happening. Okay, well, I guess this might go on long enough that I could actually, Marina is going for the Protect as well here. I'm assuming we've got the Paris... Oh, we have some Paris Trap. But, anyways. I keep seeing Polytoad and immediately want to say it's Paris Trap, but I know there's no Paris song on that team, so I know that's not the case. Snorlax get the leftovers recovery going here. What's the game state here? What? Okay, we got the rain on one. Okay, just the rain. That's a lot of stat buffs on the Archaludon that I wasn't expecting. Okay, yeah, okay. Like, I'm expecting defense buffs and special attack buffs on the Archaludon. What do you mean special defense and speed buff? Alright, no, she's sending out the Incineroar. Hitting that Intimidate on them right now, just to make sure this damage stays low. But that will be the Electro Shot coming out of Archaludon, giving it an extra little special attack buff. The Banks is faster, yeah. And that will take out the Incineroar, though. And Polytoad goes for the Muddy Water, doing a decent chunk of damage to the Snorlax that's going for the Fisher. I guess the Hawlucha didn't get the wide guard swap into the Snorlax yet. Or I guess they didn't even bring the Hawlucha this time. But I know it's just down to their last two Pokemon right now. Fake is sitting pretty here. Primarina going for the Protect. Archaludon boosted itself once again with the Electro Shot. But if it's going into the Primarina, it's going to be protected. But I don't... Yep, it's not. It's going into the Snorlax slot. With all those extra special attack buffs, that's going to rip right through the Snorlax's special defense. Not wanting to chance any of that Fisher. And the Muddy Water will connect with Protect, not doing much there. I do think that looks like game for Nosh at this moment. Looks like Fake is coming out on top. That is Baton Pass is Spapra. That's quite the set of buffs here. And there is the one last Electro Shot from the Archaludon came directly into the Primarina slot. Looks like we're going to end off this game just before the 50-minute round timer ticks down. And Primarina will go down. All right. That gives Fake the round 2 victory. And that being the last match of the round, we're going to go ahead and kick off round 3. Tonight's tournament is 6 rounds of Swiss. Yeah, lock in, Puppin. Lock in. All right, round 3 pairings are live for anybody in the tournament who's currently here in chat. Yeah, no, I told you already that I definitely was going to this round. Just give me one moment to announce the announce round 3. Alrighty. You gotta click off the stream during your set. Alright, Lexi, good luck. Where is... There. Oh. Yeah, currently facing off against Stone Storm VGC. Alright. I just did that on screen without covering it. I already told Dialga we'd go into this game this time around, so we're gonna do this round. I will. Trust me, Mary. I have a habit of featuring people who are in my chat on stream, so it is very likely that you're going to end up on stream in a future round. Don't worry about that. Barky, or I don't know how to pronounce their limitless name, so I'm not gonna try. I'm just gonna go with the much easier to pronounce one here. Now, I'm not entirely sure how audible I was that entire time. I just realized my mic was sitting in a horrible position. I should be a lot more audible now, but I guess I was projecting pretty well, so people might not have noticed. Alright, Stone Storm bringing out the Panda Mouse and the Heat Rotom. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, we got Wash Rotom and Alolan Ninetales. Ninetales will get withdrawn right off the bat, and Glamora comes in instead. The Overheat going into the Ninetales slot, not doing a huge amount to Glamora, still more than I would have expected from the Resist. But dropping the special attack of the Heat Rotom. And that will be a Super Fang, cutting Rotom's HP in half. Before that, Hydro Pump chunks the Heat Rotom down to 27 HP. Now, judging from the look of this team, we're about to see a Mega Evolution from the Glamora. Alright. Yippee indeed. Rotom will be swapped out for the Garchomp. And we will in fact see the Mega Evolution from the Glamora. Swapping up its ability to adaptability, making its stabs a lot stronger. That will be a taunt from the Tandemaus, trying to stop the Rotom from using Will-O-Wisp, probably. And that will be a Sludge Bomb going directly into that slot to try and pick up the KO against the Rotom, but it's no longer there. But that will be a Thunderbolt into the Tandemaus, chunking its HP down to half. That Rotom not currently able to use anything aside from attacks. But that's all it's used so far, so... Glamora goes for the spiky shield, probably expecting the Dragon Claw. And that will be a Follow Me from the Tandemaus. Garchomp going for the Sword Stance this turn to get that damage boost going. And a Thunderbolt go into the Tandemaus will pick up the KO, meaning there's no more redirect to protect the Garchomp, but I think the Tandemaus got what it needed to do done. That Garchomp now sitting at a +2 attack power. That thing's gonna do some damage. And it, more than likely, I think it's faster than the Glamora. Glamora will get the swap out, not wanting to get hit by that +2 Earthquake for Stomping Tantrum. Swapping in. Ooh, yep, Thunderbolt from the Heat Rotom. Not quite picking up the KO into the Wash Rotom. And the Earthquake not affecting either target. Giving the Rotom a chance to go for that Hydro Pump. Finishing off the Heat Rotom entirely. Bringing down Stone Storm to their last 2 Pokemon. Garchomp and one more. And now the Rotom can use other things aside from just attacks. The taunt has worn off. That will be Gallade coming out on Stone Storm's side. Is this Mega Gallade? Or is that a Mega Aerodactyl? Or maybe it's both. Maybe Gallade's the secondary Mega on this team. I'm not sure. I'm not looking at the sheet right now. Is in fact a Mega Evolution from the Gallade. And that'll be a Tailwind out of the Talonflame, making sure that their side's got the speed advantage. And that Will-O-Wisp going into the Garchomp to reduce that damage incoming. That will be a Psycho Cut from the Gallade, finishing off the Rotom entirely. And that Dragon Claw, not quite picking up the KO into the Talonflame. And taking a little bit of chip damage from that burn. That burn coming in clutch, saving Talonflame from getting OHKO'd by that, I think. But It will be the Ninetales in the back, pulling the snow back out. Tailwind behind it. That's very threatening to the Garchomp right now, but the Garchomp can't swap. No other Pokemon are remaining on Stone Storm's side. Blade will go for the Protect, not wanting to get hit by the incoming Blizzard. Same with Garchomp, just might be delaying the inevitable, though, with the double Protect. That will be a Blizzard going in. Hitting the Protect on both Pokemon. And a dual Wing Beat from the Talonflame. And that will be a forfeit from Stone Storm's side. Knows he has no good way to win this at this point. That will put game 1 in Barky's favor. Alright, game 2, everybody. And that is the round timer as well for the check-in. 1 match finished off when that happened, so somebody's not present. Interesting. I'll figure that out later. Somebody's potentially just getting dropped from the tournament because they've Ninetales can you use ice? Yeah. I mean, Alolan Ninetales is an ice fairy type, so Alolan Ninetales does see a little more use than the base version in VGC. Being able to set Snow and Aurora Veil kind of gives it a bit of an advantage comparatively to its Kanto variant. Anyways, Barky starting the match with Talonflame and Garchomp. Meanwhile, Stone Storm kicking off with the Rotom and Tandemaus again. It didn't really that lead didn't really go well for Stone Storm in game 1. I was kind of expecting him to swap up for game 2. But I'm sure he has a plan. Meanwhile, Barky has completely changed up their plan for this game. Will Stone Storm's initial leads manage to be the right call for this? Talonflame going for the Protect. Saving it from the Volt Switch. Manages to keep the Rotom in. Tandemaus will go for the Super Fang. Chunk that Garchomp down to half. Taking a little bit of damage from the Rough Skin. And the Garchomp gets to go for the Sword Stance. This time, Barky's the one with the +2 Garchomp. There's nothing to stop Tailwind Rock Slide, to be honest. Yeah! I feel that. Tandemaus going for the Protect, calling exactly what Champ Ninja Star is probably saying in the chat right now. Tailwind going out, boosting up the speed of the Garchomp. And Garchomp will go for the Dragon Claw into the Rotom. Not quite picking up that KO, and that will be the Volt Switch that got protected last time. Knocking Talonflame down to 29 HP and swapping Rotom out for something else entirely. What's it gonna be? What is Stone Storm cooking up this time? Can't imagine he just brought the same 4 as previous, right? Yep, different Pokemon in back this time. Stone Storm brings out Aerodactyl. Trying to make sure to get their own Tailwind off, but since Aerodactyl's gotta wait for the Garchomp's likely faster than the Aerodactyl at this point, so the Rock Slide is still kind of threatening. We will see the Mega Aerodactyl this game. So I was right, game 1, that is a dual Mega team. And we do have a follow me from the Tandem Mouse, praying for the Dragon Claw. Will be the dual wing beat from the Talonflame this time. Not going to pick up a huge amount of damage into the Tandem Mouse, but enough. And that will be the Dragon Claw, finishing the Tandem Mouse off entirely. But does that mean that Stone Storm's got their Tailwind? Sure does. Speed tiers have been equalized, and the Mega Aerodactyl is now the fastest thing on the field. And that will be the Garchomp coming out in the Tailwind. Depending on how they've set up their Garchomps, this could be a speed tie, or one of them could just straight up be faster than the other. I'm not sure, but I guess we'll find out very quickly. Got the Talonflame and the Garchomp. Not looking great for HP currently. Talonflame will see the swap out. We're bringing in the Ninetales. Letting the Ninetales take 2 attacks from both of these things, maybe not the best. That Rock Slide dishes a fair amount of damage to the Ninetales. And that other Garchomp's not really caring about... oh, that will be a Dragon Claw. And it will be enough, picking up the KO into Stone Storm's Garchomp, preventing it from getting a KO into the Alolan Ninetales. But I feel like that Ninetales still has to contend with an attack from the Aerodactyl before it can do much this turn. Ninetales is at risk from basically everything on the field currently. Well, the Aerodactyl will use Protect this turn. Ninetales going for the Icy Wind. Not doing a huge amount to that Rotom, but still will lower the speed just a smidge. I'm pretty sure the Tailwind is about to run out regardless. But with the Rotom off the field, Barky is in a really good spot with all 4 of their Pokemon remaining. And Stone Storm down to just their Mega Aerodactyl. Fastest thing on the field or not. That's not the place you want to be right now. I still think the Garchomp probably lives a Rock Slide, so even with only 47 HP remaining, it might be a roll though. We will swap out the Ninetales and bring in the Glamora. Not sure if the Aerodactyl is going to be doing much. That is a Protect from the Garchomp. And a Rock Slide from the Aerodactyl. The Glamora dodges it. The Rock Slide missed the only target that it had to hit that game. Ugh. That'll be another forfeit from Stone Storm VGC. Aerodactyl not going to be able to come back from that solo. Putting this round's game 2-0 in favor of Barky. Now, you were right, Dialga. That was a good game to jump in on and watch. I know you were just saying you wanted to see them live on stream regardless, but... having them pick up the win as well, really good. Anyways, we're going to go ahead and pull the winning team up on stream here. Alrighty. I'm just gonna keep an eye on the round. Zardy, my wonderful, helpful as hell judge, Zardy VGC, is now here and helping out, so I don't have to worry too much about judge calls at this point. But anyways, we have Smungulia. I don't know how to pronounce their limitless name, so I'm just gonna say Barky. Barky's team currently, we have the Alolan Ninetales with the Choice Scarf. Meaning that Ninetales actually is incredibly fast comparatively, which is probably why the Aerodactyl went for the Protect that turn, was trying to wait out the Tailwind. That makes sense now. I was wondering why that was the call that was made there. Timid nature, just to make sure it's going first, because that Ninetales does not have that much defense. It doesn't want to get hit, making it faster to make sure that it gets to do what it needs to. Understandable. But it's rockin' Blizzard, Icy Wind, Freeze Dry, and Moonblast. Yeah, I guess if it's Choice Scarf, you don't want to give it Aurora Veil. That makes sense. We have the Mega Glamora with the Modest Nature to add to its special attack. Sludge Bomb, Power Gem, Spiky Shield, Earth Power. About standard for the Mega Glamoras I've been seeing in the last little bit. Sharp Beak Talonflame for that extra little bit of flying damage on the dual wing beats. Gale Wings, as always, its Talonflame's incredibly broken. Less broken than it was in Gen 6 when it came out, but still kind of broken ability. Makes all of its flying moves priority as long as it's at full HP. Protect, Dual Wing Beat, Flare Blitz, and Tailwind. Then you have that Citrus Berry Garchomp, Adamant for the damage buff, Protect, Earthquake, Dragon Claw, and Sword Stance. We saw it work out pretty well for him there. Wash Rotom with a Magnet to bolster that Thunderbolt damage. Okay, I see you. Most people run that a little tankier, but, Bold Nature, still running it tanky, but no Buried for self-heal. Just going for the extra damage instead with Protect, Thunderbolt, Hydro Pump, and Will-O-Wisp. No wonder the Rotom went for attacks when the opponent was expecting them to use Will-O-Wisp. That makes sense. Meanwhile, the last Pokemon we did not get to see that entire game. The Focus Sash Aegis Slash. Not really the item I expect to see on that Pokemon usually. Adamant Nature, King Shield, Poltergeist, Shadow Sneak, and Close Combat. I've been seeing a lot of weird Aegis Slash builds the last little while. I gotta say, usually you want to make the Aegis Slash as slow as possible so that it goes last, takes hits in the defensive form, switches into attack form, hits the opponent as hard as they can, and then uses King Shield the next turn to swap back to defense mode before the opponent can hit it. But I'm seeing a lot of Aegis Slashes that are just going all in on the attack position. Yeah, it's a little different. It's not what I expect to see. Especially the close combat on the Aegis Slash here. Going all in on the fighting damage at the risk of its own defensive values. You got spam crit, Mary? It happens. It happens. But yeah, no, the Barky's got a really interesting team. I really like this. The Alolan Ninetales already on its own, just not a thing I see too often. Not like it doesn't exist. I see it plenty on teams that are kind of relying on the snow a little more so than others. But I do feel like Mega Frostlass has kind of replaced its role in the meta quite a bit. And then you've got the Mega Glamora, which has been on the rise, honestly. I mentioned it as a less common pick, but yeah, more recently, Glamora has been seeing a lot more use. Which is good, I love the thing. But, yeah. But that Aegis Slash as well, interesting build, going all in on the attack, not focusing on defense too much. But, yeah, there's still 11 matches going on currently. You love EVs? There's a fair amount of Sylveon going around in this tournament right now. Is it this match that had the no-show, I guess? Yeah, that guy, Ghostsin, didn't show up this round. Okay. He was there last round, and the guy who no-showed last round is apparently been dropped from the tournament. So that's fine. Nothing really to do there. Nobody getting dropped just yet. But oh, Glaceon. Okay. I was you said that, Swifty, and I was like, which one is that? I don't know about the numbers all that well. Okay, Glaceon. Understood. Yeah. Okay. Glaceon's pretty solid. I'm a Jolteon guy myself. But then again, my favorite Pokemon is also Zapdos. So, I might just have a thing for the spiky yellow things. Who we got? Alright, well, just cause I think I see Mega Umbreon playing right now, so that's, we're gonna try and check out their match, which is currently only one game in. For all I know, this game is gonna end the second we get in here, but rather than just sit around and not watch anything and just yap for a few minutes, we're gonna jump in on this game in progress. Where is it? There it is. Alright, well, oh, wow, yeah, this is not a great position for James, currently, it would seem. Though James won game 1, so this looks like it's going to game 3, so this might not have been a bad idea after all. Okay, well, we've got this up on screen. Oh, and immediately looks like James forfeited this round. That's why it was taking so long, which means that we have a 1-1 game, with Amethyst having taken that game that we just walked in on. And this looks like we're starting up game 3. You did something troll game 1 and it lost you the set. Oh, that's unfortunate, Lexi. It happens. Sometimes you just gotta try, right? Alright, going into game 3, we have James Davery versus Amethyst, otherwise known as, hang on, that was the wrong menu, wrong window I just pulled up to look at that. With Amethyst, otherwise known as Mega Umbreon VGC. James apparently won the first game, but we rolled into game 2 with an absolute slaughter happening for Amethyst's side of things. So, this game... Alright, Super Dialga, good shit. Won the final 50-50, nice, love to see it. Alright. Starting up game 3. Amethyst starting us off with the Venusaur and Garchomp. Meanwhile, James kicking off with the Whimsicott and the Sneasler. Another round, another game 3. You got this, Puppin. Sneasler going for the fake out into the Garchomp. I take a little chunk of damage there anyways, but Whimsicott getting the Tailwind going. Garchomp flinching. And that Sludge Bomb going right into the Whimsicott, triggering its Focus Sash to save it. Oh, you already lost? You're still going. Alright, you got this. Four 2s are going to make it into the top 8. Most times there's a couple of them that get bubbled out due to resistance, but 4 2s make it. 5-1's a lot better. 5-1, 6-0, those are guaranteed. 4-2, couple of those are going to bubble out. Whimsicott hits the Moonblast into the Garchomp, nearly taking it out. But it's going to get that Rock Slide and finish off the Whimsicott. But now it's the other Garchomp's turn. Oh no, Venusaur hit. He's going for the Earth Power. Did I miss the Garchomp's turn entirely? I think I did. I was reading chat. The Garchomp got a shot off into the other Garchomp, didn't it? Or the Venusaur, one or the other. Just have to win your next 3 games. Your resistance will totally be best in all top 8. Yeah, sure, 100%. Charizard hitting the field next to the Garchomp. You have to win too, so does your dad. Yeah, go the Elgastad. If it's the Elgastad, that just make him Arceus. Amethyst pulling back the Venusaur and swapping in Incineroar instead. We'll have the Mega Evolution from the Charizard. Dragon Claw going into the Incineroar, not doing a huge amount. That Heat Wave, however, will finish off the Garchomp, knock Incineroar down to half. But that'll trigger the Citrus Berry. Bringing it back up a little bit. Oh, that's why you wanted me to run his match. Okay, I get you. 0 VGC experience, though, and pulling that. That last round, he did pretty good for himself for 0 experience. Anyways, Amethyst pulling in the Floette. You coached him a bit? Nice. Oh, he plays TCG. Okay. Charizard will get pulled back in favor of the Sneasler coming back out. That will be a Mega Evolution from the Floette. Garchomp going for the Protect this turn, very much expecting the incoming Dazzling Gleam or Moonblast. And Incineroar will hit the Fake Out into the Sneasler. Dazzling Gleam is in fact the attack of choice here, not going to touch the Garchomp. Darn near going to take out the Sneasler though, as James's Tailwind fades away. Your Sneasler's adamant, Floette equal dead. Yeah. We'll find out. Incineroar making its return to Amethyst's back line. Venusaur coming out in its place. Floette very much expecting the Dire Claw incoming, hits the Protect button. And that would be a good call on Amethyst's side. The Garchomp going for the Rock Slide, gonna do nothing to the Floette. Gonna get a little bit of damage on the Venusaur. Not enough, though. But, back to square one here. Both players sitting on 3 remaining Pokemon. Your Sneasler is adamant? Ooh, okay. But, without the, without Tailwind and, without the Unburden bonus on Sneasler, because I haven't seen the close combat, that Venusaur is the fastest thing on the field, probably, currently. It's all the power in the world to just take out that Sneasler. Sneasler is gonna get pulled back. For the Charizard, that will be a Sludge Bomb from the Venusaur. And a Dazzling Gleam. Gonna KO that Garchomp outright. And deal a lot of damage to that Charizard. The Sneasler equals on the field, Puppin equals sad, even though you're one. Boosting his Dire Claws never proc, your opponents always do. Oh. Yeah. And just like that, this turn looks like this is turned around, looking very much in Amethyst's favor right now. James is not looking great here. Triggered Venusaur's own speed buff. Venusaur gonna get the Fake Out. But Floette is going first. Gonna end that Charizard with a Moonblast. I think that's game. That Venusaur is fast. Venusaur is faster than the Sneasler. This is one of 2 matches remaining in the. I think it just got reported. Yeah. That will be a critical hit into the Floette with the Dire Claw, though. Sunlight having faded, I didn't even realize. But that Earth Power will pick up the KO. Unsurprisingly, the match is Trick Room versus Trick Room. I mean, I'd say something about that. Trick Room teams usually want to get it over with fast. But yeah, Trick Room Mirror? Oh yeah, that's chess. Whose things are optimized, whose aren't, who's going to be faster in this scenario? Do I want to click Trick Room, or is that going to put it in their advantage? Yeah, that's a lot of chess playing right there. Oh, but that is that match done as well for the round. We are going to leave room. We're going to put this up, covering up, because that is the round done. We're going to go ahead and start round 4. Alright, round 4 pairings are live on Limitless for anybody in chat who is playing. Alrighty, so let's check and see who's our match gonna be for this round. Let's see here. Up at the top tables, at the undefeated tables, we got Evelyn versus RIP, Young Elmer's Glue versus ML Green, Kaito versus Kenneth. We have Dialga's dad up paired into the undefeated Ayabe right now. Paparat versus Mega Umbreon below that. Queer Croc versus Fake HK. That could be a really interesting match, actually. But we also have Lexi versus Super Dialga. What's that? 2 people in chat facing each other? You don't say. What's that? You said show your match earlier. Trust, you know, hey. Hey, Apollo, how you doing? Welcome on in. Do it. I shall. Well, let's just take the promo thing off screen, and let's hit the spectate button. What's that? 2 people in my chat facing each other in round 4? Okay, that sounds like exactly the kind of match I want to be streaming. Hello, Swifty. No. Fight. And let's see. You'll eat loser's pizza. Excellent. Hey Rick, how you doing? I'm doing okay. You doing okay? You looked like I don't know for sure if that was you, but somebody with a similar name at least kind of no-showed a match earlier and then dropped from the tournament. So I'm not sure. You doing okay? You have Mega Evolution from the Floette, starting off things strong on Super side. You know, Lexi with the Basculegion, Whimsicott as well. Dialga's Whimsicott going for the Tailwind, trying to get that speed advantage. But Lexi's will do the exact same. Floette still outspeeding, going for the Light of Ruin into the Basculegion. gonna wipe that fish off the field entirely before it gets a chance to do anything. You had to drop because you had to go finish. Oh, okay. That's understandable. Anyways, with the Basque Legion down, Lexi's bringing in King Gambit. Whimsicott getting swapped out on Lexi's side for the Charizard to come out. And Whimsicott going for the Encore, trying to lock it into that Tailwind, but not quite getting that. And, of course, Floette misses the Gambit. Leading to it taking an Iron Head. Not a great turn for Dialga there. But the Hisuian Arcanine is hitting the field. Charizard not liking the look of that, honestly. And Gambit's not exactly fond of it either. Although... depending on the movesets Lexi has, it still could be pretty okay. Whimsicott going for the Protect this turn, not seeing an opportunity to do much of anything. Charizard also going for the Protect. Not wanting to get hit by that Rock Slide. Rock Slide not going to pick up too much damage into that King Gambit, though. But is picking up the flinch and stopping Gambit from doing anything this turn. Not sure if protecting in front of the Encore Whimsicott is the best of ideas, but, you know... Yeah, Charizard not wanting to chance that one. Swapping out, bringing the Whimsicott back in. Whimsicott going for that Encore, like I said, but doesn't do anything there. The Arcanine, however, will be going for the Flare Blitz. Yoka Berry reducing the incoming damage, gonna save the King Gambit from being taken out. Giving the King Gambit the ability to use Iron Head on the Arcanine. Knocking it down about halfway too, but triggering its Citrus Berry, letting it come back up. Whimsicott setting the Tailwind back up. Not Lexi doing the same, not wanting to let either side go first. Will be another Flare Blitz, though, into the Whimsicott, knocking that thing down to 1 HP remaining. hanging on tight with that focus sash. As Gambit goes for another Iron Head, knocking Arcanine down to 10 remaining HP. Both sides relatively quick here with the Tailwind still going. Lexi trying super hard to make sure that Dialga's Whimsicott never gets an Encore off. Gonna swap out that Whimsicott again. That will be an Extreme Speed from the Arcanine. Not sure what he was expecting to do with that, but... Oh, preventing the Sucker Punch. Okay, that works. And that will be a Moonblast from the Gambit. Well predicted on Dialga's side, actually. Wasn't sure what I was looking at initially, but Lord knows that worked. That was actually a really good call. I didn't even think of it. Nice job. Hitting the Extreme Speed to make it so there's no attack going for the Sucker Punch to base itself off of. Darn. Called that one. Read Lexi like a book on that move. Mega Charizard is coming out. Gonna set up that Sun. Whimsicott will use Encore, however, locking the Arcanine into the Extreme Speed, which it'll use immediately to knock the Whimsicott out entirely. And that Whimsicott going for the Moonblast right into the Charizard. Not doing a huge amount of damage, unfortunately, but letting that Heat Wave go off, which will KO the Arcanine, but will leave the Whimsicott sitting at 1 HP remaining. With the Focus Sash being triggered. But that's the Arcanine down. That's what the Charizard really wanted to see. But who's in the back? It's the Basculegion. Ooh, okay. Sitting on the Tailwind buff on both sides for one additional turn. That Basculegion does threaten a lot of damage, even with the Sun up, because that last Respect still hurts. But the Whimsicott has the chance to hit the Charizard for a little bit of damage too, and just make it all the much more likely. Whimsicott instead going for the Encore, locking Charizard into Heat Wave. A low accuracy move, just in case. And Basculegion goes for the last Respects, which will pick up the KO and give Game 1 to Super Dialga. That's a super hard-fought match for Super Dialga right there. Both players played that incredibly well, but Dialga made at least one like brilliant read. Just completely stopped the King Gambit from being able to act, and just took that right into his favor. But Game 2 coming. Will Lexi be able to figure out a way to adapt to Super Dialga's plays? Will Dialga be able to, saw Super beat James Beak during the week? Jeez. Yeah, he did mention that in Discord when it happened. Like, yeah, Super Dialga's been practicing like mad. Incredibly, for somebody who showed up to our tournament the first time he did, like, very unsure of himself and not really expecting much, to go to this and be playing against top players and winning. It consistently top 8ing our tournament, if not higher. It's great to see it. Whimsicott going for the Tailwind right out of the gate. Give Archaludon a little bit of a speed boost. Same goes for Lexi, not wanting to let the other get the advantage here. Archaludon going for the Aura Sphere immediately into the Kingambit, picking up that OHKO. Because as we saw, the Kingambit's got an Oka Berry for fire resist instead of the Chople Berry. So that was a pretty safe move for 4 times damage right there. Lexi pulling out the Floette this time instead of the Charizard. Sorry, having a little bit of my snack here while I'm waiting between turns. Whimsicott getting swapped back. Basculegion coming out. Floette going for the Protect, not quite gonna Mega just yet, knowing it's probably being read as a threat on the field. That Encore is gonna fail into the Basculegion. That Flash Cannon's not gonna hit anything right now either because of the Protect. Lexi keeping things going by predicting those Encores. But does that mean that the Floette's probably maybe switching out next because it just used Protect in front of the Encore Whimsicott? Not sure that the Mega Floette wants to be sitting there locked into Protect for the next few turns. Floette going into its Mega form immediately. Whimsicott doing exactly what I just said, hitting the Encore button into the Floette. Which, it gets the second Protect in a row, doesn't fail. Archaludon, meanwhile, going for the Draco Meteor into the Basculegion, not even wanting to give the fish a chance to do anything. Not quite managing to KO it, but the White Herb goes off, putting its stats right back up again. And that last Respects will do a sizable amount of damage into the Archaludon. Floette getting pulled back, not wanting to have it sit there and get locked in to Protect the whole time. Basculegion going for the Protect instead this time around. Whimsicott going for the Moonblast, trying to KO the Basculegion, not quite managing. That will be a Flash Cannon into the Whimsicott, knocking it down to its Focus Sash. I mean, that was either going to go into the Floette or the Whimsicott, so that was a really safe choice. Because the chances are the Floette was not going to be able to get a third Protect in a row if it stayed in. Whimsicott getting swapped in was probably the easy way to do that, but either way. Whimsicott going for that Encore into the Basculegion, gonna lock it into that last Respects. Or Protect, actually. Whimsicott going for the Tailwind to get that back up. But Archaludon going for that Flash Cannon again, gonna finish the Whimsicott off. And now that Basculegion is locked into Protect and cannot switch out. And that will be a forfeit from Lexi, knowing full well that the Archaludon is going to body the Floette. Falling a little too far behind Dialga on that game. And the Basculegion not really going to be able to do much, locked into Protect with Encore. Alright, you know what we do now. if my mouse would click the button. There it goes. Going into pairings. We've got Super Dialga versus Lexi. Here's the team. And here is Super Dialga's team. We all know it well. It's the Croc team. He's been working with Croc, getting figuring out how to use this team properly. He played that really badly. It was also just kind of a bad matchup. Yeah, understandable, Lexi. You did really good. Dialga's been on a practice streak and a half the last month. Let's just put it that way. We got the Eternal Floette. You also got all right first two, yeah. Had your first two games set. Unfortunately, you lost. Once you finish hacking the system, you'll still make top cut. Hey, Pumpin, sometimes you get to that point of the tournament and you just gotta work. You just gotta get the practice in, right? Wims, we got the Mega Floette, Moonblast, Dazzling Gleam, Light of Ruin, Protect, Whimsicott with the Focus Sash, Prankster, Timid, Moonblast, Tailwind, Encore, and Protect. I could have sworn this team used to run Fairy Feather on the Whimsicott, but, you know, that would explain why the Moonblast wasn't quite doing as much as it usually seems to. And your arch is modest? Okay. Yeah, okay. You learned today you should not be on call with your girlfriend talking about webcomics while playing the tournament. Distractions. You're here to have fun, but say you're going to win because you need to work on your confidence. Understandable. Understandable. You're doing good, Puppin. Don't worry. Yeah, I was saying at the beginning of the round, your dad got up-paired into one of the undefeated players. That's how good your dad was doing tonight. Despite being 2-1, they got paired into a 3-0 because he was literally highest resistance in that bracket. Anyways, we got the King Gambit, Black Glasses, Defiant, Adamant, Sucker Punch, Kowtow, Ironhead, Protect. Yeah, that's my set. Basculegion, Choice Scarf, Last Respects, Wave Crash, Flip Turn, and Aquajet. You're doing equally well as Smog, so you're not mad. Okay. Pretty good. Archaludon rocking the white herb for the being able to rock Draco Meteor as many times as needed. Modest Nature over what I forget what Crocs is, but I get it. Having the extra damage over the speed is probably for the best. Still rocking the sturdy Archaludon over the stalwart that I see everywhere else. One of very few teams I see doing that. But I've also seen that come in incredibly clutch for Croc and Dialga both. So I'm not gonna lie, obviously it works. The Draco Meteor, Flash Cannon, Aura Sphere combo on the Archaludon. The white herb going off to get the Draco Meteor to attack drops reset. And then the Hisuian Arcanine. I know that Croc was using Hisuian Arcanine for a while now on their version of the team. Croc had been using Garchomp, the older version of the team, instead, but has recently swapped up to Hisuian Arcanine because I guess you realized the reason why Croc swapped. You accidentally messed up 2 Pokemon on your list, but you're warning everyone you play. That's fine. Mel, that is exactly, if you called for a judge call, that is exactly what I would have told you to do. So, you're doing exactly what you need to do. Yeah, their team is cracked. Use something similar to get Master Rank 1. Yeah. Aura Sphere is still a roll, but it really favors art. It really does. Yeah, it's still a really high chance for that to KO in that scenario, but... Currently going on, we still have ML Green versus Young Elmer's Glue, currently at 1-0. Maxed out special defense, and that still is an 87% chance to KO. Dang. I mean, it is Mega Floette. It's still gonna hit like a truck, even if you did focus into other stats. It's still, yeah.
Victory was never in doubt.
Indeed. But yeah, that's the team. We know it works. I mean, max EV investment, special defense, just not the nature backing it up. But yeah, pretty solid match, both of you. Anyways, I'm going to put the invitational promo image back up on screen for the moment. For anybody who's here who is not aware, this is the first of our qualifier tournaments for the Invitational being held at the end of the month. We're hosting it in association with Chinese for Good in support of Rainbow Railroad. There will be, not just tonight, but the next 2 weeks, our tournaments will be qualifiers. There's also qualifiers being hosted by VGC Trainers School, Chaos League, Ald Tours, and TPW on the 13th. Anybody making top 8 in those tournaments will get their invitation to the Invitational. And if any of those players already have their invite, that'll filter down to the 9th place, 10th place, etc., etc. Those playing in the Invitational at the end of the month are playing for a guaranteed prize pool currently of $150, being split 50-50 between the winning players and Rainbow Railroad. That prize pool can go up. We do have an exclamation currently pinned in Twitch chat and available in the description of the YouTube end of things. We have the link we have a PayPal link that can be used to donate directly to the prize pool to increase that. But if you want to skip the middleman, there's also a Tiltify link, exclamation mark charity in the chat. We'll pull that up for the Tiltify link, which you can see the bar at the top of the screen right now. Currently, we've raised $56 for that right there. I do have a bunch of charity rewards for everybody who donates, ranging from me hunting a shiny of your choosing for $5 donations, to dollar donations to suggest a game that you want to see me play on stream. Every $25, I spin a wheel, and with all of those suggestions on it, and I have to play whatever game the wheel lands on. The $80 milestone for that campaign right now is me doing a karaoke stream that will be scheduled in the future. $5 donations also have the chance to have me draw either your OC or a character of your choosing. I do a bit of art. There's some of it around. I'm not a great artist, but I will do what I can. There's also an art stream kind of scheduled for the end of the month now because we hit my $30 milestone. And as I was saying earlier, the $100 milestone... The $100 milestone for that Tiltify campaign right now is that I will make and eat the PB and wet on stream. For anybody who isn't aware of that and isn't paying attention to trends on VTuber Twitter, the PB and wet is the brainchild of Flork of Cows. You've probably seen their meme comics around. He's also the CEO of a VTuber agency, the Sox VTuber agency. The PB and wet is effectively... Okay, so you take 3 slices of bread. On one of them, you spread peanut butter. On one, you spread jam. Then you take that 3rd slice of bread, dip it, you soak it in water, put it in the middle of the sandwich, and yeah. Apparently, it is exactly as gross as it sounds. If you want to make me suffer, $100 to charity. That's all I ask. And if we get past the $100 mark this month, we're only a week in. if we hit the $100 mark by the end of the month, then might set up some stretch goals. I don't know what else people might want to see. Maybe maybe I set up a thing for playing Pokemon Run and Bun on stream. The hardest version of Pokemon in existence, fan-made, done as a Nuzlocke. Yeah, you want to see me suffer and try my damnedest to beat that? That might be a stretch goal if we can get past the $100 mark. But we'll see how things go. Anyways, currently have 3 more matches being played this round. What happened here? Oh, Anosh didn't show up to their match this round. Okay. Nice, they dropped after the last one. Ghostsin, who wasn't present the last round, got a bye, so it's hard to say whether they're here or not. But that's all low down on the thing. We still have ML Green versus Young Elmer's Glue happening. We still have Freya Zinho versus Athena Strive, currently in Game 3. What happened here? Stone Storm apparently no-showed their match, so that's a thing. So yeah, it's just the 2 remaining matches that are currently in Game 3. That should finish up any moment now. But in the meantime here, that's not the tab I wanted. You have PTSD from Sinisty? Yeah. I'm gonna pull up this. This is the current, these are the current standings right now in the tournament. They're not actually updated to round 4 yet. So this is up. This is the standings going into the round we just played. Bunch of those people getting bumped up the rankings. Ooh, I'm just noticing Vitamin's team. Vitamin with the Mega Crab Mega Camera up. Ooh, I like that. Team after my own heart. Immediately noticing the Trick Room. Though speaking of Trick Room, Kenneth currently is also rocking a Trick Room team with Mimikyu. Mimikyu, Mega Crab, and Mega Camerupt as options, but also Torkoal. Mega Crab Supremacy, right? Love the Crab. I'm still kind of stuck on Mega Crab myself. Need to make a better team surrounding it, but I do like the team I have right now. It is performing quite decently for me. Yeah, good to see the Crab doing well this time. Also, hey Jarmace, how you doing? Well, that is the last match of the round just finished up. Yeah, sometimes playing the mirror match a little bit is a good practice, especially when you're using a team that is a little more popular. Alright, so we are going to go ahead and get round 5 kicked off. I'm doing pretty good. Alright, round 5 is matchups are live on Limitless for anybody here who is playing and in chat. Just announced it in the Discord as well. I did. By the way, I literally had them on stream at the end of round 3. I should watch Dialga again. Yeah, let's do that. Let's see, who do we actually have going right now? I mean, I do actively want to watch Kenneth. Oh, you're up against young Elmer's Glue. I did put Mega Umbreon on stream a little bit. They're kind of lower down. Oh, they're up against your dad. That's why you want that. I see. Now, I do, after having seen the standings, I do kind of want to watch Kenneth's match. So we're going to go watch Kenneth versus ML Green this round. You drop, you got tilted fighting a no-skill Trick Room user that got lucky. Oh, okay. Have a good night, Mary. Better luck next time. They're just having a chat ahead of time in the in their thing, so. Yeah. Which Trick Room user did you fight, Mary? Like that... Oh, Mary. Okay, that's probably you there. Oh, you were up against Venomant? Oh. Not sure I would refer to Venomant as a no skill Trick Room user, but yeah, I understand. Trick Room teams can be a little rough. There's the room code. Was waiting for them to finish putting it up. Okay, well, we're gonna reset all of this stuff. Alrighty. So, this round we've got Kenneth versus Micah. We got very clear Trick Room team on one side with Sylveon, Mega Crab, and Mega Camerupt. Meanwhile, Micah's playing a pretty standard-looking Mega Scizor team with the Dragonite. This is. I want to say that looks like the same team Alt-Tile's been rocking, but might be slightly different. Starting us off, we got Basculegion. Yeah, starting off, we got Basculegion and Scizor on the one side. We got Farigiraf and Sylveon on the other. Scizor is getting pulled back. Poor Pelipper. Gonna set the rain up. But we'll also see the Farigiraf getting swapped out for Torkoal. Kenneth predicting the Pelipper being brought out. Swapping in to get rid of the extra water damage. Sylveon still getting chunked down to half of its HP for that, though. And a Hyper Voice from the Sylveon chunking both of the above. That Basculegion with the Citrus Berry. Alright. Already incredibly surprised by the stuff I am seeing. Yeah, if you get a no-show, you win 2-0 effectively. So I think your resistance doesn't go up quite as high for winning that as it would if you actually had an actual opponent. So, it's unfortunate when it happens, but hard to control if they haven't actively dropped out of the tournament. Passive Legion goes for another wave crash into the Farigiraf. Not doing a whole lot of damage there. The Pelipper going for Muddy Water. Sylveon dodging it entirely. Not doing a lot to the Farigiraf either. Triggering the Citrus Berry, bringing it back up a little bit, and that'll be another Hyper Voice from Sylveon. Gonna knock out both targets. Sylveon's Pixelate ability really picking up some steam here. Hyper Voice dishing a massive amount of damage. Micah brings out their last two Pokemon, Archelodon and Scizor. Not going to take... No, Archelodon's still going to be taking neutral damage from Sylveon, but not quite as much going into Scizor. We will see the Mega Evolution from the Scizor. Coming out swinging. And a Flash Cannon into the Sylveon. Gonna knock it down to 2 HP. And Scizor going for that cheeky Swords Dance. Probably was expecting the Sylveon to be down by that point. But that Hyper Voice going off, not going to do a huge amount to the Scizor. Decent damage to the Archelodon. And that's going to be a Trick Room out of the Farigiraf. And with that Torkoal in the back, yeah, it's not looking great for Mika. One match ended because of a no-show. That Hyper Voice goes off and chunks both Pokemon down quite a bit with a critical hit on Scizor. And Farigiraf going for the Psychic into the Archelodon, finishing it off before it can do a whole lot. And Scizor is going to go for that close combat, wiping out the Farigiraf, but yeah, it's a 3-on-1 situation. Scizor's got lowered defenses, and there's a Torkoal in the back. Yeah, I feel that forfeit. I strongly feel that forfeit on Mika's side. Kenneth picking up the Game 1 win with a commanding victory, too. Okay, cool. I was about to say, I moved stuff for a second, and I was getting very worried that OBS had just crashed, but that's not what happened, thankfully. Okay, well, that worked out perfectly, honestly. Just waiting on them to start round 2 here. Apparently they have an issue pop up in the chat. Alright. We're going into game 2. Apparently there was a team sheet error going on in that match that they both noticed after the match was over. It was fine. The team sheet error was on Micah's side. So they would have just taken a game 1 loss regardless for it, but all just sort of works out. Now the opponent's aware of it. Micah, I think, just kind of let them know, and now they're all aware of the error, and there shouldn't be any more issues. Anyways, Micah bringing out Basculegion and Archelodon, whereas Kenneth goes immediately for the Crabominable and Mimikyu. A little bit of a different combo from Kenneth this time around. Looks potentially like he's going to go directly into his Trick Room this time. Because, yeah, for anybody who is not aware, Mimikyu does learn Trick Room. And has semi-frequently in the past been used as a setter. So, entirely likely that's just what we're about to see. Archelodon goes for the Protect off rip. Not wanting to get hit by anything from the Crabominable, but that is going to be a Protect. An Aqua Jet going into the Mimikyu, not going to do much except break the disguise, but that's probably for the best for Kenneth, as if I'm right, that is in fact the Trick Room. So we have Trick Room up, Crabominable on the field. It's not looking great for the Archelodon and the Basculegion right now. Mind you, Basculegion's not especially weak to anything Crabominable's doing, but still gonna hurt. Archelodon being swapped out, really not wanting to get hit by a Mega Crabominable. Swapping in for Pelipper. Setting up that rain. And that is the Mega Evolution. Mega Crabominable is hitting the field. And going for the Ice Hammer into the Pelipper slot. Taking out a fair amount of its HP with that one hit. Basculegion going for that Wave Crash, still faster than, still slower than the Mimikyu, apparently. And that will be a Shadow Claw from the Mimikyu, doing a decent amount of damage to the Basculegion. Not as much as I would have expected. I'm gonna guess that, Kenneth put a lot of EVs into defense to make sure Mimikyu could live some stuff. His attack power didn't seem quite as strong as it should have been there. That or that Basculegion is very heavily defensive. Abominable goes for the Ice Hammer into the Basket Legion this time, not quite managing to pick up the KO on the resisted damage there. Muddy Water from the Pelipper going out. Gonna pick up the KO on the Mega Crabominable, but it's gonna leave the Mimikyu alive. The last respects might change that, though. Picking up the KO into the Mimikyu, leaving Kenneth down to his last 2 Pokemon. And those last 2 will be Farigiraf and Sylveon. Did something dumb game 1 of your set and couldn't stop giggling all of game 2. Well, sometimes it just happens, right, Lexi? Basket Legion going for the Protect, trying to stall out what's left of the Trick Room. Sylveon instead going for the Moonblast into the Pelipper slot, though. Picking up the KO there. And Farigiraf going for the Psychic, but it will meet that Protect, and Basket Legion will live to see another turn. Mika may have managed to take out the 2 leads on Kenneth's side, but Farigiraf and Sylveon still dish a lot of damage in Trick Room, but there is only 1 remaining turn of that. Kind of surprised not to see the Torkoal still hovering in the back on this setup, but here we are. Kenneth is probably playing it safe that Farigiraf does have all the ability in the world to reset Trick Room if needed. Micah went for the mistake. Went for the Aqua Jet in the face of a Farigiraf. Not able to do much. The Basket Legion will get KO'd for that. And that will be a Hyper Voice from the Farigiraf. Not doing a huge amount to the Archaludon, but still sizable damage at least. And that is a Flash Cannon into the Sylveon, taking half of its HP away. Archaludon going to heal up a little bit with the leftovers, but the Trick Room is done. Micah's last Pokemon coming in. It is the Dragonite. And with Trick Room gone, and 1 turn of rain, that Dragonite has all the potential in the world to dish some damage right now. It will be the Mega Dragonite coming out on Micah's side. Sylveon hitting the Protect. This is going to be a Trick Room attempt from the Farigiraf. And that will be a Weather Ball into the Farigiraf, doing a fair amount of damage, but triggering the Citrus Fairy. Can Archaludon KO it? Archaludon's not trying to. It went into the Sylveon's Protect. And that'll be a Trick Room going back up. The rain has stopped. Archaludon no longer has the ability to go for the Electro Shot, which hasn't yet, but no special attack buffs for it. And the Sylveon and the Farigiraf are sitting in Trick Room again. Archaludon going for the Protect, fully expecting Sylveon to try and finish it here. Same with the Dragonite. Looks like we're trying to stall Trick Room turns as much as possible. But when you're down to your last 2 Pokemon, I'm not sure that that's possible. But Ika does have a bit of an HP advantage over Kenneth, though, so this is still anybody's game. The Hyper Voice from the Sylveon not quite doing it against the Dragonite. But the Hyper Voice from the Farigiraf will pick up the KO into the Archaludon, stopping that Flash Cannon from dealing with the Sylveon this turn. That will be a Dragon Pulse from the Dragonite into Farigiraf, still not quite managing to pick up the KO. And that will be a forfeit, because Mika knows that that's a Moonblast coming out of the Sylveon for the next couple turns, and Dragonite's probably not living that. So that will be 2-0 for Kenneth, leaving Kenneth undefeated going into round 6. I love seeing the Mega Crab, To see Mega Camera up that high is a little weird to me, but I have been kind of tooling around with it lately, and it does feel really strong into the current meta, so I kind of get it. But, yeah. Now... Yes, meow, meow, Swifty, meow. Let's see. We're gonna go ahead and pull Kenneth's team up on stream again. Well, I say again, we haven't looked at it yet aside from seeing it in the standings thing a second ago. Alright. Here we have Kenneth's team, the winning team from that round. Currently 5-0 in our tournament, starting with the Babiri Berry Mimikyu. Sassy nature for a little bit of defense going. I was kind of right. The Mimikyu's focused into defense more than attack because they want it to live to set Trick Room. But rockin' Play Rough, Shadow Claw, Curse, and Trick Room. A little bit of defense to get through, so make sure that even when the disguise is broken, it probably lives a few things. Farigiraf with the Citrus Berry, Armor Tail. Rockin' Hyper Voice, Protect, Trick Room, and Psychic. And the classic Trick Room on itself, Torkoal with Charcoal. Eruption, Heat Wave, Weather Ball, and Protect. No ground coverage. Okay. More often than not, when I see the Torkoal, I usually see it rocking Earth Power. Just to kind of help cover itself for any mirrors. But yeah, none of that. It just went directly for Weather Ball, just in case it loses its weather and you want to use a water move, I guess. Or sand and you want to use a rock move. But, you know. Though I would find that hilarious if somebody was using a Frostlass and that Torkoal rocks up with Weather Ball and just smacks the partner Dragon type with Ice type Weather Ball. That would be kind of hilarious to see. So I get it. And then we got Sylveon with the Fairy Feather, Pixelate, Hyper Voice, Moonblast, Protect, and Quick Attack. 1. Good job, Dialga. By 2 HP. Oh. Right down to the wire, huh? And on top of that, we got the Mega Crab itself. Hyper Cutter to start with, so it can't be intimidated turn 1. Ice Hammer, Drain Punch, Protect, and Mach Punch. No close combat. I've always found that using Drain Punch over close combat on that set kind of fails to KO things a lot. You have a Mold Breaker Tinkaton with Ice Hammer, Dragonite Sphere her. I feel that Mega Dragonite also fears Mega Crabominable's Ice Hammer. Yeah, that will OHKO them right through multi-scale. And then, the more interesting thing for me right now, the Mega Camerupt. Quiet Nature, Solid Rock, Rock and Eruption, Earth Power, Heat Wave, and Protect. Oh, X1 is guaranteed. X1 is absolutely guaranteed to make it into top 8. Yeah, it's going to be 4 2s are going to be down to Resistance. Six rounds. It's actually 6-round Swiss today. Hold up 2 seconds. Yeah, it's 6. Yeah. I was about to say, you made me second guess myself for a second. It's like, crap, did I change that? Yeah, I did. Okay. It is 6 rounds of Swiss today. So we did end up with over 50 players today. So yeah, 6 rounds of Swiss. The kicker for that, I believe it's when we go over 33 players is when it's 6 rounds is part of the thing, and then it ups to 7 at like 60 some odd players. You just lost hard to Hyper Beam. Was it Hyper Beam Sylveon? Because I kind of understand if it's Hyper Beam Sylveon. That thing hits like a truck. Hang on 1 second. Yeah, oof, indeed. Mega Chomping all day, every day? Nice. Nice, Grilling. I haven't seen a lot of Mega Chomp around, but always good when it pops up. More like Diaper Beam, because this move aimed at you makes you... Oh. Yeah. Is Kenneth just Alt Kyle in disguise? I don't think so. Alt Kyle doesn't frequently run, I don't think Alt Kyle frequently runs Trick Room. Alt Kyle's been, like, stuck on Mega Scizor for a while. So... The legend of Alt Kyle persists. I think it does, in fact, persist. Had a Mega Chomp team that you're still learning to use. Nice. But, yeah. Anyways, there's one match remaining being played. I just had to kind of read into some stuff in the back. He says that his spreads on his team are bulky. But Kenneth or Alt Kyle? So I kind of believe that either way. Okay, the last match currently being played is Fake HK versus Kaito. So let's... Currently in Game 3. Right, Fake HK is the Mega Scovillain team. With the Baton Pass Espathra. Still amazed I haven't shown that one on stream aside from that one Game 3 earlier. But you know what? If Fake HK wins this round, I feel like we just show their match Game 6 because that I want to see that actually go off. That away and throw the information for the Invitational back up on screen right now while we wait out this last tournament. Once again, as I've kind of been announcing the round's over anyway, so no time to really go over that. Who won? It was not Fake HK. Fake HK is now going 3-2. Kaito is 4-1. Alright, well, time for round 6, everybody. Last round of Swiss is now live on Limitless. I have a couple pings in the tournament chat. What's going on? Alrighty, let's see who is going to be our match of choice for round 6. Alright, well, we've got up at the top of the bracket, the two undefeated players are Ayabe and Kenneth. We just watched Kenneth, so I'm not going to do that. It's table 2 is tempting. It's Yoniako versus Flaneur. They are both. Neither of them have I focused on today. We do have Super Dialga and Yuyura at table 3, both 4-1 currently. Watch me if you want. I already did a match with you. I try not to focus the same people twice. But we also have Evelyn versus Paparot at table 4. Evelyn's been doing real well today and has been fighting some really rough matches, and Paparot is been around, so we're gonna go over to that match this game. Sableye teams are your worst enemy. I understand. I don't like facing them either. They mess with me. That is kind of the point of them, but they mess with me so hard. You click it that away. There we go. Versus, okay. Well, the on-screen names being what I usually use, that's what's happening now. Yeah, we have, on Ultimo's side, we got the, Mech Floette and, we got Floette and, Mousehold. And on Mrow's side, we've got Incineroar Garchomp. Double Protect going off right now, trying to get rid of that Fake Out, get that dealt with first and foremost. Nothing really happening that round because of that. Let me just pull up the thing again here. Who is who? Okay, Paparazzi, Ultimo, the Mrow is Evelyn K. Okay, alright. You have to follow me from the Mouthhole, taking the Stomping Tantrum from the Garchomp. Floette going for the Calm Mind, giving itself a little bit of a boost here. And a Flare Blitz from the Incineroar, not quite managing to pick up the KO. But that Floette's sitting on a boost, ready to go. Mousehold gets swapped out. Incineroar's coming in, dropping the Intimidate on the Garchomp and the Incineroar. But the other Incineroar is going to be pulled out as Evelyn sends out the Delphox. That will be a Mega Evolution from the Floette, though. Planning on dishing a fair amount of damage this turn. Garchomp going for that Stomping Tantrum again. Not going to do a huge amount of damage into the Floette. Going for a Drain Kiss. OHKOing the Garchomp. And recovering all that health right back again. But Evelyn sending back out their own Incineroar here. Getting the Intimidate off on the Ultimo's Incineroar. Bit of a tense battle. Paparazzi already taking a little bit of an advanced lead in Pokemon. That will be the Mega Evolution from the Delphox. Looking to try and turn this around in their favor again. Floette going for the Protect. Protecting itself from the incoming Fake Out. As that Delphox goes for a nasty plot, boosting its damage potential quite a bit. But that's a parting shot from the Incineroar. Going to drop that back down slightly. Still at +1 instead of the +2 it wanted. But the Incineroar is getting swapped out. In favor of the Mousehold coming back in. Mousehold going for Feint into the Delphox, not doing a huge amount of damage there. But that will be a Heat Wave, but it misses Floette entirely. Will pick up the KO into the Mousehold, though. Floette going for the Moonblast directly into Mega Delphox. Not going to do quite enough damage there, though. And that will be a parting shot from the Incineroar. Going to drop Floette's special attack back down to normal before it swaps out for the last Pokemon in Evelyn's party, which is the Sinistcha. Going to get that little bit of healing into Delphox. We got the Incineroar coming back out again. We got a couple of protects going off. Sinistcha also protecting here. Floette going for that Calm Mind again, not wanting to lose that special attack buff it had going. Grabbing another level of special defense, too, while it's at it. Incineroar going for that Throat Chop, not going to connect through the Protect. That double Protect, allowing the Calm Mind to go off real well there. Almost uncontested. Sinistcha will get pulled back in favor of the Incineroar coming back out. And that will be a Psyshock, avoiding that boosted special defense that Floette has. Well, it goes for the Moonblast directly into the Incineroar slot, picking up the KO. And the Throat Chop going into the Mega Delphox. Not quite enough damage, though. Leaving the Delphox with 3 HP remaining. As the Sinistcha comes back out to heal it slightly with the Hospitality. The Psyshock was a little unfortunate, bypassing all of that special defense buff. But Floette is in a bit of a pinch here. The Mega Delphox is faster. Not to mention the Sinistcha sitting there, probably with Rage Powder. However, this Delphox can't really do much to the Incineroar. It's all coming down here to who's got what in the back. Incineroar is going to get swapped out in favor of the Sinistcha, healing up the Mega Floette. That's not going to be enough to survive another Psycho. Another Psycho, Will be a Rage Powder from the Sinistcha, expecting to hit. It will be another Nasty Plot, too, from the Mega Delphox, boosting that up to +3. Delphox can output a lot of damage right now. Ultimo's Sinistra is going to go for the Rage Powder, trying to prevent any single target attacks right now. We're getting the same out of the other Sinistra as well. But Mega Delphox goes for the Heat Wave, picking up the KO into both targets, not giving the Floette a chance to do anything. Nice job, Dialga. And that will be a forfeit from Evelyn. I mean, what? No, from Ultimo. Yeah, Evelyn won. Blech. 6 rounds in, and it is absolutely scorching in this room. My brain is melting. Evelyn gonna pick up that win there. And we're going to go into game 2. Both players played that game 1 very well. Both players played that very well, but at the end of the day, Evelyn managed to squeak out ahead. That Mega Delphox, 2 nasty plots, one parting shot, lowering it enough as it was not enough. That Mega Delphox became an absolute beast by the end of that. Alright, Evelyn starting off the match with Incineroar and Delphox, while Paparot comes in with the Pavilion and the Incineroar as well. Pavilion's major purpose in VGC is usually to put things to sleep, so how will Evelyn respond to that? Incineroar is going to get pulled back immediately, bringing out the Sinistra. As the Delphox goes immediately for the Mega Evolution once again. And goes for Protect to stop the Fake Out. And Pavilion goes for the Sleep Powder into the Delphox. Going to connect with the Protect. No more Fake Out pressure for the Incineroar. And that is going to be... And no Sleep for the Pavilion. Grass types are immune to powder moves. Yeah, bugs are not immune though. Just grass types. Alright, we are going to see some swap outs. The Pavilion getting swapped out for the Delphox. And woohoo, that Sinistra getting swapped out for a Garchomp. But that will be a nasty plot from the that would be a nasty plot from the Mega Delphox. And a parting shot into the Garchomp, lowering its attack, bringing the Pavilion back out. I think it's enough that grass types are immune to them. I mean, part of the thing is, with powder moves, not only do you have the grass immunity, you have safety goggles, usually. But they just didn't add those to champions. Put safety goggles in the game, and suddenly sleep moves aren't as much of a problem anymore at all. That will be the Sleep Powder going into the Garchomp. Gonna put that thing to sleep real quick. That Delphox is at +2, though. It's gonna hurt. Pavilion's not gonna live through that. Though the Mega Delphox on the other side is gonna take a lot reduced damage from it. And we'll get their own nasty plot going here. That will be the Incineroar coming out as well. That Garchomp is now at... that Garchomp is now -2 for its attack, even if it does wake up. Both Delphoxes are sitting at +2 special attack, though. Okay, Evelyn's Delphox goes for the Protect, fully expecting to get smacked this turn. But that will be a Psyshock from the Mega Delphox going into the Garchomp slot. And a Throat Chop going into the Delphox. Start off so well, lost too much steam. Hate to see it, Venoman. Loved looking at your team. Your team looks really cool to me. At least we got one Mega Crab player doing real well tonight. Incineroar is getting swapped back for the Mouse Hold. Oh, the Garchomp did wake up, though. Going for the Rock Slide. Not going to do that much damage at the -2 right now. Yeah, I love Indeedee. I miss Indeedee so much. That Heat Wave will do a fair amount of damage. Taking out the Garchomp, not KOing the other Delphox. But that Delphox goes for the Heat Wave. It misses the Mouse Hold. Does a fair amount of damage to the Delphox, though. Sinistcha coming right back out on Evelyn's side. Gonna heal up the Delphox a little bit. No, Dialga. Because technically, yeah, well, yes, we're running three qualifiers, which would be 24 players. There are a number of other Limitless Tours that are also qualifiers for our invitation. VGC Trainer School is running 3 more. Chaos League is running 2. TPW is running, TPW, I think, running 1, and All Tours is running 1. So in total, we have, outside of ours, we have... Sorry, I'm paying attention to the match. I'll do the math in a second here. Heat Wave. Doing a bit of damage, but that will be a forfeit. Evelyn is going to pick up the second game win there. Paparot just couldn't manage to figure out a way past all that. Anyways, let's do math here. Mistakes were made. Understandable. You both were... It was basically a mirror match. It was basically a mirror match. You needed to play it just the right way. Unfortunately, like the major differences between your teams gave her a bit of an edge over you. That's all it is. But yeah, doing the math for the number of things. So there's R3. There's R3 tours. VGC Training School is given 3, 2 from Chaos League, and then what? So we got 10 qualifiers total, 8 players qualifying in each. So realistically speaking, that is 80 players that can qualify for the Invitational. Now, that's not to say that we'll actually have 80 players in that tournament. If the last invitational I ran is anything to go by, just because they qualified doesn't mean they're going to show up. But that is 80 potential players in that tournament, so... You had a really amazing matchup? Nice. But anyways, we're pulling up Evelyn's winning team from that round. We have the Mega Floette, Protect, Dazzling Gleam. Drain Kiss was a bit of an outlier here. It's just Dazzling Gleam and Drain Kiss. Okay. I mean, that and the Calm Mind giving it a little bit of a buff, but that Drain Kiss, yeah, we watched that OHKO, the Garchomp earlier on. Well, that was... I mean, it's a mirror match. Both sides had the same team, so they kind of knew, but... Evelyn also had the Pavilion, with the Compound Eyes boosting its accuracy, giving it the chance to use Sleep Powder at much higher accuracy. Pollen Puff, Protect, Rage Powder as well, just in case. Then you have the Citrus Berry, Incineroar, Parting Shot, Flare Blitz, Throat Chop, and Fake Out. Just your standard Incineroar set. There's a reason that it's so ever-present. That's just a really good set to have. Choice Scarf Garchomp for the extra speed, Stomping Tantrum, Earthquake, Dragon Claw, and Rock Slide, all as options for offense. Then you have the Cassibberry Sinistcha. Okay. Running the Hospitality for the Switch in Heal, Machagacha, Rage Powder, and Trick Room as its options. Am I, like, the only person who runs Strength Sap on Sinistcha? I just find it really good in a lot of cases. But that, you know, my Sinistcha is just hard Trick Room Sinistcha, so... You know. Her Pavilion had more utility, while yours was just Sleep Spam. Funny how we have two Mons for redirection. It's really a mirror match. Really was. I was just staring at your teams in the middle, like, when it was prepping for Game 2, just like, oh yeah, this is basically the same. Except Evelyn had Garchomp and you had a different Mon instead. And then we have the Mega Delphox. That thing getting a couple of nasty plot boosts going both games we had out there. But Rock and Protect, Heat Wave, Psyshock, along with the nasty plot, just to dish out a lot of damage. That thing was an absolute beast the entire round. Got type locked on screen. Hey Evelyn, how you doing? Well, you won your match. You're getting your props. I'm just chatting about your team and the mirror match going on between you and Popper out there. Did you appreciate the Garchomp for offense, which your team lacked? Yeah. But yeah, currently, let's see what we got going on here. We got 6 out of 11 matches completed, 5 remaining being played. Ayabe versus Kenneth, currently no score reported. They're probably just playing and haven't bothered putting in the actual wins yet. I guarantee you they're a lot further than Game 1. ML Green versus Kaitos in Game 3. Young Elmer's Glue versus Frame Breeze is 1-1. They're both fighting to try and get themselves at 4-2. Fake HK versus Nervo going on. Same thing, trying to fight their way to 4-2 right now. Puppin finishing off the tournament at 3-3. I'd say, honestly, Puppin, if you're still here, managing 3-3 in what is you admitted is your first tournament, really, really good. Just breaking even. Can't ask for more than that in your first tournament. Four matches are remaining. What's going on here right now? Let's pop into a game in progress just to see how things are going. I am super interested in Fake's team, so we're gonna check to see what's going on here. Alright, currently, Game 3 doesn't look like it's that far in. The Cleavor is down, the Espathra is down. Have a good night, Swifty. Sleep well. The Archaludon is going to get swapped out for the Politoed. What? The Aerodactyl will hit Protect. As will the Charizard here. Gambit going for the Iron Head, not going to pick up the hit there. And that Archaludon is coming back out. Pointed Stones. I'm sorry, there is Stealth Rock going here? I'm sorry, Stealth Rock in a VGC match? That may be the most surprising thing I've seen today. Okay, hold up. Got the Rock Slide going out, and an Electro Shot. No rain right now, though. The Gambit did flinch. Can't do anything right now because of the Rock Slide. Yeah, Cleavor moment, you're right. But, like, it's so surprising for me to see Stealth Rocks, just period, in VGC. It shocks me every time. Aerodactyl going for a Protect again. Close combat, though, going into the Archaludon. Not quite managing to pick up the KO there. Doing a sizable amount of damage. White Herb going off to give it the Unburden boost. And that Electro Shot will target into the King Gambit slot. Not taking it out, but that Iron Head is targeting the Aerodactyl again. King Gambit going for that sucker punch, chunking the Aerodactyl down quite a bit, and that close combat will pick up the KO immediately thereafter. And that will be a Dragon Pulse going into the King Gambit. It will be resisted because of the Steel typing, though. And yeah, this is looking like game for Fake here. Archaludon does have a special attack boost and one defense boost, but it's not enough. Looks like Fake didn't manage to get off the Espathra cheese quite as much as they were hoping here. Cleavor also kind of stopping them from getting their rain up. But that close combat will go into the Archaludon, picking up that final KO, winning that game for Nervo. Alright, well, let's see. One match remaining being played right now. And that is the Table 1 match between Kenneth and Ayabe. No reported score as of yet. Last message in their chat is from half an hour ago. Like, I can only imagine these two have just been playing and haven't bothered to report anything, but... Anyways, we're going to take this moment. We're going to take this moment to go ahead and plug the Invitational once again. You're going to end up bubbling, Grilling. That's unfortunate. Megachomp will one day see some level of success here. Yeah, Kenneth could just say he won. He could, but the fact that it's one of those things. Sometimes these tournaments, if neither player feels like it, they just won't bother reporting their score until the full game's fully over. It happens. It's not a weird occurrence. But I'm going to take the moment to plug the Charity Invitational once more. All the information up on screen. Qualifiers going on all month, not just by us, but by a couple other Limitless organizers as well. You have the VGC Trainer School, you have Chaos League, and us all running ours on Sunday nights. And then you have PWC and All Tours hosting theirs both on the 13th, which is a Saturday. Though All Tours is at 5 a.m. EDT, that one is definitely made for those overseas. Or just early risers. You want to get up at 5 a.m., you want to get up at 4 a.m. on a Saturday to play Pokemon? All power to you, man. Checking some Discord notifications. Nothing happening there. Alright, just general announcements for things. Okay. Kenneth won? Alright, nice. I just looked back. Checking Discord for stuff. Alright, well, we're gonna find out real quick. Alright, if that's it for that round, then we're gonna go ahead and set up the next phase. Hold up 1 second. Before I do that, I should 100% hit that button just in case. There's a thing that just kind of helps remove anybody who's dropped so that we don't have to worry about that. I should hit that button. I always forget to. Confirm. Let's go. Start bracket. Alright, top 8 has been posted. The top 8 for tonight's tour are Kenneth, I can't pronounce her name. Koreazenhao, Evelyn K, Superdalga, Ayabe, ML Green, Kaito-kun, and Flaneur. Everybody whose name I just said is receives their invite to the Invitational at the end of the month. I don't, off the top of my head, I don't think anyone on that list is already on the invite list. So I think it's just straight up the top 8. Okay. I'm going to announce top 8 has begun. Thank you very much. Whoever that is, I'm just writing the message in the Discord currently. Frame Breeze, thank you for the follow. Yeah, Crab getting... Yep, you can still qualify next week. We have 2 more qualifiers that we're hosting over the next couple weeks. And there will also be qualifiers by VGC Trainer School, by Chaos League, and by... DWC and Eld Tours as well. So there will be many more chances this month to qualify. Alright, well, we're gonna get... My mouse would stop misbehaving. Okay. Yeah, Mega Crab top seed is running undefeated, no less, in bracket is kind of nutty. Let's see here. We have Kenneth versus Evelyn. We have Hayabe versus... You know what? I haven't seen... It's funny that I haven't seen either of anybody currently present in our the lower half of our top 8 bracket, but I've seen everybody up top basically already. Alright, we're already kicking off the top 8 match. Took me a minute to actually get set up there because I had to respond to a couple things in the Discord. But let's get this show on the road. Top 8 has begun. What is a trainer? Hayabe. Okay. Well, that critical hit into the Incineroar, bringing that thing down right off the bat. And Pelipper coming in its place. Setting up the rain. Already a rough start from Mika. Ayabe managing to squeak out a little bit ahead there with that critical hit. Garchomp goes for the Dragon Claw into the Pelipper, not picking up too much damage, but that Thunderbolt definitely will. Completely obliterating the Pelipper without letting it do anything. Basculegion goes for the souped up Wave Crash into the Garchomp, easily picking up an OHKO itself. Garchomp goes down, but Mika is now left with a slightly weakened Basculegion and only one other Pokemon left. Basculegion going for the Aqua Jet into the Sneasler, easily chunking that thing down halfway. That will be a close combat, though. Into the Archaludon, knocking it down to 35 HP remaining. Triggering the stamina buff, but also the White Herb from Sneasler, getting the Unburden bonus there now. And that Dragonite going for that Thunderbolt, finishing the Basculegion off entirely. Leaving Mika with nothing but the Archaludon now. But that is an Electro Shot coming out of the Archaludon. Not doing a whole lot to that Dragonite, that's for sure. And that will be a forfeit from Mika, giving that game 1 to Ayabe. Now, just a reminder for anybody who, wondering, like, wow, Ayabe did real well. Just a reminder that Ayabe was going undefeated tonight, right up until round 6, where they faced the other undefeated player, Kenneth, who we showed earlier on in stream. The Mega Crap. Their only loss, Ayabe's only loss so far tonight, is to the Mega Crab team that is also currently going undefeated. So, not exactly a bad notch against them, right? Lizard indeed. Alright. Can Mika figure out a way to get past the unrelenting force that is Ayabe's team? Starting off, we got Pelipper or Caludon on Mika's side. And Ayabe starting off with the Dragonite and the Sneasler. Probably go a couple of different ways here, but I don't imagine the Pelipper lasting long if it stays on the field. That will be a Mega Evolution right out of the gate from the Dragonite. Sneasler going for that Dire Claw, gonna chunk the Pelipper down a little bit, and that Dragon Pulse going directly into the Pelipper as well, just taking up the KO right out of the gate. But giving our Caludon the chance to do whatever it wants right now, and that will be an Electro Shot, giving it the special attack buff. Taking a big electric attack shot at the Dragonite. Trying to crack that multi-scale. Mika bringing out their own Dragonite here next to the Archelodon now that the Pelipper is down. We're gonna see double Mega Dragonite this game. Dragonite will in fact Mega Evolve into Mega Dragonite. Sneasler going for the Protect. So will Archaludon. Oh. Ayabe's Mega Dragonite goes for that Dragon Pulse. Doesn't quite do much through the multi-scale. Dragonite will go for the Hurricane into the Sneasler, into the Protect. Not doing any damage at all this turn. Sneasler goes for the close combat into the Archaludon, knocking it down most of the way to the last of its health. It's going to go ahead and trigger the stamina as well as its own Unburden by using up that White Herb to reset its stats. Ayabe's Dragonite once again goes first with the Dragon Pulse, managing to finish the Archaludon off entirely. Mika's Dragonite goes for the Hurricane into the Sneasler slot, finishing it off really quickly. Leaving Ayabe with 3 Pokemon remaining, Mika's 2. Definitely starting to look a little rough for Mika here. Basculegion will come out though. Incredibly strong powerhouse right now. That Garchomp is a bit of a threat, though. But we have seen Wave Crash take it OHKO Garchomp before tonight, so maybe the Basculegion can make use of its time here. Well, it looks like Ayabe's Dragonite is the faster Mega Dragonite here, unless that's just a speed tie and Mika's lost the coin flip twice in a row. Which is also entirely possible. Garchomp going for the Protect, not wanting to risk that Wave Crash. But Ayabe's Dragonite will also... We'll see a Protect from 3 different Pokemon this turn, as Basculegion goes for the last respects into the Dragonite. Giving up that little bit of information there. Garchomp going for that Dragon Claw into the Dragonite, picking up the KO rather easily with a critical hit. Mika's Dragonite just folding like laundry. And Dragonite goes for the Thunderbolt into the Basculegion, not quite managing the KO, but I don't think it needed it. Basculegion eating its Citrus Berry to pull itself back up to half health before hitting the last respects into the Dragonite slot, picking up the KO there. But the rain stopped, and Ayabe is sitting on a Garchomp and their own Basculegion. I think that's game. Garchomp hits the Dragon Claw, doesn't quite pick up the KO. Mika's Basculegion goes for the last respects and lands it, taking out Ayabe's Basculegion before it can even act. But that is a full HP Garchomp. Basculegion's down to 14. Garchomp already was shown to be faster. Basculegion going for that Aqua Jet, nowhere near enough, and just the rough skin damage is enough to chip it down to nothing. That puts our first top 8 match in favor of Ayabe. Anyways, speaking of people we've not focused on at all. Our next top 8 match we're going to be pulling up is Flaneur versus Kaito. I'm not sure what the score is currently because I don't think they've reported it, but Incineroar going for the fake out into the Talonflame, not wanting to risk any of that nonsense with the Gale Wings. Direclaw going into the Basculegion for a critical hit. Basculegion going for the last respects, picking up the KO into the Sneasler. Kaito definitely looks like they got a commanding lead in this top 8 match. The Gengar comes out on Kaito's side. Mega Gengar coming on out next to the Incineroar. And immediately going for the Protect. Meanwhile, Talonflame going for the Brave Bird into the Incineroar slot. Not doing a huge amount of damage, knocking it down to about half. And the Basculegion goes for the Liquidation, but under the sun, that water attack isn't doing a huge amount. Incineroar bringing itself back up to half before dropping the Parting Shot, lowering Basculegion's attack, and switching on back to bring out the Alolan Ninetales to take the weather away. Now, I'm not gonna lie, I don't know whether this is game 1 or 2. For all I know, this is game 2 and they haven't reported the game 1 scores yet. Oh, that Ninetales immediately getting swapped back for Incineroar. Going for the Intimidate again. Just in time to take no damage from that Flare Blitz. Basculegion going for the Liquidation. -2 attack, though. If not more. Could have been more. But that Shadow Ball will wipe out the Basculegion. Leaving Flaneur with just the Talonflame. And that will be a forfeit in favor of Kaito. This is the part where I find out whether or not they're actually going to report the scores, or... they did not. So I know Kaito's 1-1, and are they going back for another game? I don't know. They didn't report, so I guess the game's not over yet. And Kaito left the room. So I'm gonna take that to mean that was the game. Oh, yep. So that was a 2-0 for Kaito. They did have a game 1 prior to that they had not reported the score for. He just had the most RNG-filled match. Damn. Did he at least win it? The answer is yes. Yes, you won it. I'm looking at the thing now. Which means, alright, well, you get to face Kenneth now. Have fun. Good luck. I mean, probably Kenneth. It looks like it's going to be Kenneth. Kenneth is 1-0 right now. But, I'm going to move on to our top 4 match of choice, because it's just starting off. That is Ayabe versus Kaito. Help you. Well, look, man. We saw what Kenneth's team does earlier. It's that's gonna be rough. You just gotta play counter trick room. That's all. Stick the invitational promo back up on screen. We are getting ready to get into our first top 4 match, which will be Kaito versus Ayabe. Just waiting for them to get their room code up right now. Alrighty. Well, like I said, everybody who made top 8 already has their invite for the Invitational at the end of the month. I don't think anybody here is also one of the top 8 from VGC. Oh, yep. Kenneth won his match 2-0. So, well, Dalga, you know what it is. Oh, here we go. I looked away for 5 seconds, and they're already getting ready to play. Oh, it is Kaito, so I don't... yeah. That's fine. Alright, we got our first top 4 match going on right now. We have Ayabe versus Kaito. Kaito starting it off with the Sneasler and the Gengar. Meanwhile, on Ayabe's side, we have the Frostlass and the Garchomp. Garchomp immediately getting swapped back, not liking the look of what's on the other side. Basculegion coming out, trying to make sure we can resist a fake out. Meanwhile, Frostlass is going to Mega Evolve right out of the gate, setting up that snow. And Gengar will Mega Evolve as well. Sneasler goes for the fake out. Doesn't land on Basculegion because of the ghost type. Gengar does outspeed Frostlass, hitting it with the Shadow Ball and taking it out in a single hit. Kaito taking an early game lead here, taking out Ayabe's Mega right in the first turn. Sneasler coming out on Ayabe's side as well. Gengar goes for the Protect, fully expecting to get targeted with the last respects here. Sneasler also going for the Protect. No chances taken this turn. Sneasler instead of the Fake Out goes for the Close Combat, and that is in fact a last respects aimed at the Gengar. But all of it will connect with the Protect, not doing much damage here. Gengar with the outspeed once again, hitting Basculegion with the Shadow Ball, but just barely failing to pick up the KO. But that Dire Claw, the Citrus Berry saves Basculegion from the Dire Claw as well. Ayabe Sneasler goes for the Close Combat, does about half of Sneasler's HP in damage there, and triggers its White Herb, which triggers its Unburden ability as well, doubling its speed. And that is a last respects going into the Gengar. Gonna pick up the OHKO. Gengar hits the ground. Kaito sending out the Incineroar. Both Basculegion and Sneasler both not liking the look of that. Their attack stat all taking a dump. Sneasler getting pulled back for the Garchomp. Basculegion going to protect this turn. Incineroar going for the fake out. Flinching the Garchomp, not really going to matter hugely since it just swapped in. And that Dire Claw is going to target right into the Basculegion's protect. Kaito still not having revealed what their last Pokemon in the back is, though Ayabe, we know exactly what's hiding around the corner. And a Basculegion currently not looking so hot. Sneasler goes for the Protect. That Basculegion goes for the Aqua Jet into the Incineroar, not doing a huge amount of damage, but still a decent amount. And that will be an Earthquake from the Garchomp. Looks like planning to make sure Basculegion goes down too. Incineroar taking a lot of damage from that. Not enough to pick up the KO. And that's the Incineroar will live to use the Parting Shot to lower Garchomp's attack power a little more. Swap back and swap in the last Pokemon sitting there, which is the Alolan Ninetales. Just in time for the snow to end and not be able to reset it. Ayabe down to their last two Pokemon, while Kaito is still sitting on 3 here. Kaito withdrawing Ninetales. Without the snow, it's kind of low accuracy on the Blizzard. Protects on the Garchomp. Sneasler will go for the close combat into the other Sneasler. Critical hit, too. Sneasler going instead for the Dire Claw into the Incineroar. Not gonna pick up the KO, but it is gonna poison the Incineroar. Not quite managing the KO with the Poison Tick, though. So it is coming. Incineroar going for the fake out into the Garchomp. That rough skin tick gonna finish the cat off entirely. And that Sneasler going for the close combat into the other Sneasler and gonna pick up the KO on it. leaving Ayabe with nothing but their Garchomp right now. And that will be a forfeit. Garchomp knowing that the Pokemon in the back is the Alolan Ninetales. That Blizzard is going to KO the, setting the snow. That Blizzard is going to end up KOing the Garchomp entirely. So they know that there's not a whole lot they can do to fix that problem. We are going into game 2. You won game 1? Damn. Nice job, Dialga. Anyways, Kaito sending back out Sneasler and Gengar. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But Ayabe sending out Sneasler Basculegion to start off this time. Gengar going for the Mega Evolution once again. I mean, it worked out so well last time, always KOing the Mega Frost Slash right out of the gate. But this time, it's probably aiming for the Basculegion. Sneasler going for the Fake Out into the other Sneasler. Gonna stop it from doing much of anything here. And that Shadow Ball is targeted directly into the Basculegion. Once again, surviving on 3 HP. Taking the special defense drop, too, before its Citrus Berry kicks in there. And aims for that last respect directly into the Gengar. Not picking up the KO this time, because it doesn't have the boost from having its partner KO'd yet. Kaito swaps the Mega Gengar for the Incineroar, looking to get that attack drop on both enemy targets. Basculegion will also get swapped out, though, for the King Gambit, which... Okay. This game's a little screwy with the order of things sometimes. Sneasler going for the Dire Claw, not going to hit the King Gambit because of the Steel type's immunity. If the Incineroar and the King Gambit both got swapped in the same time, the King Gambit should have gotten a Defiant boost out of that. It really should have. Kinda upset for Ayabe that it didn't. King Gambit will get pulled back for the Frost Slash. And Sneasler will go for the close combat into the Incineroar, not quite managing. Yeah, it does, but like usually like in games past, the swap outs all happened together first, and then the abilities went off. It's the weird way that this game's rearranged the order of things. But the Incineroar going for that Flare Blitz into the Frostlass before it can even Mega Evolve. Just ripping it apart. Like, if this was Scarlet Violet, that the Intimidate would have gone off after the King Gambit hit the field. And then the King Gambit would have gotten its boost, which I think Ayabe was assuming would happen. And that's why they brought it out and then swapped it back out again immediately thereafter. Yeah. It's like they were probably called the Incineroar, tossed out the King Gambit to get the buff, and then when that didn't happen, they just went, well, there's no point keeping this here then. Mega Gengar is coming back out. Sneasler going for that close combat into the other Sneasler, which is protecting. Basculegion going for the last respect. Gonna pick up that KO on Gengar. Both players' Mega Pokemon now down. Incineroar coming back out to the field. Gonna get that Intimidate lower on both targets once again. Incineroar going for the fake out into Sneasler, just going to stop it from doing anything at all here. The other Sneasler going for the close combat into Basculegion, I guess assuming it was going to be a switch out. But instead, Basculegion going for the last respects, KOing the Sneasler entirely. I think they were expecting the Basculegion to get swapped for King Gambit there, that's why they went for that. Kaito sends out their last Pokemon, which is the Ninetales. Gonna bring out the Snow now. Incineroar now stuck out on the field, so can't keep getting Intimidate buffs. Debuffs on the opponent, I mean. You know what I mean. Basculegion now potentially could swap out for the Gambit a little more safely here, aside from the Flare Blitz potential, but Sneasler is also highly threatening to that Incineroar. Basculegion going for the Protect instead of swapping out. Incineroar also going for the Protect, assuming that that close combat is incoming. But that will be instead a Dire Claw, but it was targeting the Incineroar, so about the same. A-Tails going for the Blizzard. Gonna connect into the Sneasler and pick up the KO. Meaning the last two Pokemon on the field right now are going to be the King Gambit and the Basculegion for Ayabe. King Gambit's got to worry about the Incineroar here, but the Incineroar's a little low on HP. The Ninetales can't really do a whole lot. Well, the Ninetales can't do a whole lot to the King Gambit. You beat You beat the undefeated, Dialga. Good show. As much as I feel for Kenneth now, because Kenneth runs the same sort of team I do, but Blizzard goes in, does not manage to KO the Basculegion, but it does get the freeze. Oh, that's a big freeze for Kaito. That Flare Blitz going into the King Gambit, not quite going to pick up the KO, though. Incineroar will KO itself with the recoil. King Gambit's going for the Iron Head into the Ninetales, picking up the KO. Despite the freeze on the Basque Legion, Ayabe wins Game 2 and takes this to Game 3. Meanwhile, on the other side of the top 4 bracket, Kenneth versus Dialga has come to an end, with Super Dialga being the winner. As he's mentioned in chat, managed to beat the undefeated Mega Crab team in the top 4. Ending Kenneth's reign for the night and putting Super Dialga in the finals. And that means that Super Dialga's last round match is going to be the winner of this one. Going into Game 3. Ayabe managed to pick up that last second victory there. This is a rough matchup for both of them. One slight slip-up and either one could get screwed over. But Ayabe managed to put it strongly in their favor there. We got a different lead on both sides. We got the Dragonite and Gengar on Kaito's side. We're starting Basque Legion and Sneasler again on Ayabe's. That will be a fake out into the Dragonite, flinching it completely. The Gengar is swapped out for the King Gambit, guarding it from the incoming last respects from the Basque Legion. Yeah, Kaito's making some pretty safe plays here. I mean, it is Game 3 of top 4 for them. They've got a lot of info on the other at this point. Basque Legion getting swapped out for the Dragonite. King Gambit going for the Protect. Fully expecting the close combat. Sneasler instead going for the Dire Claw into the Dragonite. But that'll be a Dragon Claw from the Dragonite on the Sneasler. Yeah, from the look of these two teams, it doesn't take much for one to pull an advantage over the other. So both players are being super cautious, trying to make sure that they put themselves in the advantageous position, not the other person. Sneasler getting pulled back. The Basque Legion coming right back out. But that will be a Mega Evolution on Ayabe's side as well for the Mega Dragonite coming out. The other Dragonite going for the extreme speed, not quite managing because of the Basque Legion being swapped in. That's a flamethrower from the Mega Dragonite, just barely failing to KO the King Gambit. Well, this is a tight match right here. Both players are playing this incredibly safe. Both of them are making some really good plays here. This really could go either way here. Dragonite getting swapped back for the Alolan Ninetales. King Gambit going for the Protect, not wanting to get taken out this turn. Basculegion going for the Aqua Jet to try and finish off the King Gambit, which means... And that will be a Dragon Pulse into the Alolan Ninetales, which will do nothing because it is a Fairy type. Incredibly safe turn for Kaito. Both players taking a lot of time to figure out what the optimal play is here. Kaito withdraws King Gambit, sends back out the Dragonite. And Ninetales going for the Blizzard, KOing the Dragonite. That times 4 damage, is doing a lot. Basculegion goes for the Wave Crash into the Ninetales. Gonna do a little over half of its HP and damage. We're gonna see the Sneasler come back out, or the 4th Pokemon on Ayabe's side. Will be the Sneasler coming right back out. But Sneasler gets swapped back out immediately for the King Gambit. Ninetales going for the Protect. So's the Dragonite, so that was a pretty safe swap in for Ayabe. The Basculegion will go for the last respects into the Dragonite slot, trying to finish that off. Not quite because of the Protect. It's still very much anybody's game at this point. King Gambit goes for the Protect this turn. Ninetales goes for Disable. Gonna shut off Last Respects entirely. That Dragonite does go for a low kick into the Gambit. Gambit protecting itself, but that will be a Wave Crash from the Basculegion. Aimed directly at the Ninetales, knocking that Pokemon out entirely. But the Ninetales, realistically, isn't that necessary to try and deal with the rest of Ayabe's team. That just gives Kaito a safe swap in for one of the other couple Pokemon. That will be the Gengar. And the Gengar not having to worry about the last respects from the fish right now. Gengar will Mega Evolve once again. Saved a little bit this time comparatively to the last two. And will protect immediately. And so will Basculegion. That Kingambit going for the Sucker Punch into the Dragonite will pick up the KO. Dragonite not being allowed to do anything this turn. As the snow comes to an end. And Kaito brings out their own Kingambit. Down to their last two Pokemon. Hey, Flydia! Thank you for the raid! How was the rest of stream? I was there for a good chunk of it, but I had to dip to start things off for this. Basculegion going for that Aqua Jet, finishing the Kingambit off before it can do much of anything. And Kingambit going for the Sucker Punch into the Gengar, picking up the OHKO, and ending this match in favor of Ayabe. Ayabe picking up the win and going to the finals. Great time for you guys to roll in. We are just about to kick off the finals of this tournament. For anybody who doesn't know, the stream was a blast. Can't remember if you were there for finding the punchers. I was not. I had to leave before you got that. Also managed to find a Shalpa on fire. You had a Shalpa Scovillain for champions, and showed off your Procopia World bit. Okay. All right, Dialga, you just reset your Switch. Super Dialga there is one of the finalists. He won off screen while I was showing that top 4 match. So we're gonna move on. For anybody from Flydia's side of things, sorry I was in the middle of announcing that match there, so I was not fully getting into my raid response. Hi everybody, I am ChouRaven. If you don't know, if you've not seen me around, I'm in Flydia's Discord. I hang out in her chat all the time too. You see the IXI Studios, but that's just because this is part of a group thing I do with a friend of mine. I'm most of the people who stream here at this point, but Ichi does stream on Mondays and Saturdays for the most part. So it does happen. We're currently hosting the first qualifier for our VGC Invitational tournament at the end of the month in support of Rainbow Railroad as part of Shinies for Good. You're at 329 race for Rainbow Railroad as well. Nice. Hang on, I just have to go ahead and announce this round in the Discord very quickly here. This is a one-man show over here at this moment, so there's a lot of little things I have to do in the background while I'm setting all this stuff up. Okay, that is announced. Your Switch is back? Good. Hey, Hikari, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. But yes, for anybody who doesn't know and is rolling around in here for the first time, I do a lot of Pokemon stuff, as you can see. Currently doing a VGC tournament, announcing all the matches with commentary. Finals match is about to kick off. I'm just waiting for the two players to get figuring out the room code here. Gonna go ahead and reset the board in the meantime. I do a lot of Pokemon. I do some shiny hunting as well. VGC, Nuzlocke, whenever I get to that. Technically, realistically, I am the opposite of Flydia, where Flydia is a Pokemon streamer with variety allegations. I am a variety streamer that identifies as a Pokemon streamer. I try and do Pokemon more frequently, and I just kind of get roped into other things a lot. Alrighty. Just to throw the promotional thing on screen right now to block the room code that I have to enter in. This is all the information for the current tournament series that I am running. We operate out of a Discord called Sketch Academy, as you can kind of see the logo kicking around. It's a group I have been part of for a bit now. We host tournaments weekly on Sunday nights. And I figured, just like I did last year for Pokemon Pride, I figured great time to just do the charity invitational once again. Get everything kind of... still Ayabe is on that player, so we're going to swap the name over here. Good to get this invitational going a second time. Hopefully making it bigger than last year, though. Currently, the sponsor I had last year is not responding to me, and I haven't been able to get anybody else to help out with that, so... currently just running off of donations for the prize pool for this tournament. Anyways, I'm gonna go get that out of the way. And we're gonna get ready to watch the finals. Once again, Flydia, incredibly appreciated for the raid. Thank you very much. It's great seeing you get front page today. Alright, Ayabe sending out the Frostlass and Basculegion. Meanwhile, Super Dialga is bringing out the Whimsicott and the Floette right up front. But once again, Flydia, I know you were streaming for quite a bit today and a lot earlier than usual, so if you need to run off and rest, just kind of wind down for the night, completely understandable. Thank you very much for sharing your community with me. As we got the Mega Frostlass coming out on Ayabe's side, and the Mega Floette coming out as well for Super Dialga. Just over 8 hours. What a crash indeed. Yeah, you get some sleep. Rest well. Rooting for Dialga, you mean to destroy. I mean, that's the best reason to root for Dialga, because that way you lost to the winner. Going for that Light of Ruin right into the Basculegion, not even wanting to deal with that thing. Knocking it out before it gets to do anything. But that will leave it at the mercy of Frostlass and Blizzard, which will not pick up the KO into either Pokemon. The Focus Sash being triggered on Whimsicott, but Floette just surviving at a pure bulk. Hey Croc, welcome back. Yeah, go Dialga indeed. I know he's using your team, so. I mean, Dialga also already beat the undefeated Kenneth in top 4, so. Already a really good night for Dialga. Ayabe has brought out the King Gambit in place of the Basculegion, but immediately swapping it back for the Sneasler. Whimsicott going for that Moonblast into the Sneasler slot, doing a little over half of its health and damage there. But Floette is also going for the Moonblast. Same slot, just going to completely obliterate the Sneasler before it can do anything. However, with the... Ooh, that's an Aurora Veil. I was expecting a Blizzard from the Frostlass to try and KO the other two Pokemon, but no. Ayabe is now down to their last two Pokemon versus the Mega Floette and the Whimsicott. Both of those Pokemon are in a bit rough shape, but both of them have proven to be faster than both Pokemon on their side. Though a Sucker Punch is very likely to just end this for one of them. Frostlass will hit Protect. No Sucker Punch. Whimsicott using the Moonblast, not picking up a KO there. And that will be a Light of Ruin, also going directly into the Frostlass, giving the Kingambit the chance to go for the Kowtow, finishing the Whimsicott off, removing it from the field entirely. Giving Dialga the chance to send out the Hisuian Arcanine. Mega Frostlass really doesn't like that. We know from past matches that the Arcanine does survive most of what the Kingambit wants to be able to do to it. But the Floette is at risk of a Sucker Punch here. And there it is, going right into the Floette, picking up the KO before the Floette can do anything this turn. And that Arcanine going for the Flare Blitz directly into Frostlass, not quite picking up the KO. Doing a fair amount of chip damage to it. Oh right, it's got Rock Head. Never mind. I was waiting for the HP to start dropping. It did not. It has Rock Head. Gets the special defense drop with that Shadow Ball, though. Meaning Dialga's bringing out their last Pokemon, which is the Basculegion. You lost in round 2, so Dialga could go with finals. Yep. Both players have 2 Pokemon remaining. I still feel like Super Dialga's got the advantage on this one based on the Pokemon they have out. But that Sucker Punch can threaten a lot of damage, but not if it goes for the Aqua Jet. Sucker Punch failing because it was slower than the Aqua Jet. That is a Shadow Ball going into the Arcanine, though. Arcanine not living that, unfortunately. And that will be a forfeit. Apparently the Frostlass and the Arcanine was a speed tie. If the Arcanine had gone first, yeah, it would have been a very different game. Yep, that special defense drop came in clutch for Ayabe there. Also, oh, Tailwind expired. Right, sorry, I missed that. Just unfortunate timing all around. But Ayabe is now up 1-0. But Super Dialga pulled that close. At the end of the day, it just ran out of time with the Tailwind. And that special defense drop just ended the Arcanine. I'm fairly sure after the first one that it would have survived a Shadow Ball if not for the special defense drop. The problem of doing announcing games while also reading chat is sometimes I look at chat and miss an effect happening. But I don't want to just sit here and yap about the game and not respond to chat. That's just not who I am. Alright, game 2. Super Dialga starting the game off with the same set of Pokemon as did first game. Meanwhile, Ayabe going for the Sneasler and Frostlass. Sneasler is immediately getting withdrawn in favor of the King Gambit. Frostlass Mega Evolving once again. Setting up the snow. Floette going into Mega Floette once again as well. Whimsicott immediately setting up the Tailwind, getting that speed advantage going early. And Floette goes for the Light of Ruin directly into the Frostlass this time, not wanting a repeat of the last game. Not a care in the world given about the potential fake out from the Sneasler that was being threatened there. But wonderful call. You love how Dialga uses your team? Yeah. No, Dialga's been practicing, Dialga's been practicing a lot. He's gotten really good with this. Basculegion coming out onto the field for Ayabe. Super Dialga withdrawing the Floette, not wanting to risk it here. Pulling out Arcaludon. Basculegion going for the Aqua Jet, not going to do a whole lot to the Arcaludon. King Gambit going for the Sucker Punch, not going to do anything because of the Arcaludon swap. And that's going to be a Moonblast right into the Basculegion. What can I say, Croc? You taught him well. It's so like you. You taught him well. You taught him well. And for anyone in chat not aware, this is, Super Dialga is using Croc's team, and Croc coached him to be able to use it properly. So... Dialga withdrawing the Whimsicott now, bringing the Floette back out onto the field. Gambit getting swapped out as well on Ayabe's side for the Sneasler to come back out. And that's a Draco Meteor out of the Arcaludon. It's right into the Basculegion, picking up that KO. Dropping the special attack on the Arcaludon. But, as we know from earlier, that is a White Herb Arcaludon resetting its stats back to normal. Ayabe is down now to just King Gambit and Sneasler, while Super Dialga is sitting on their whole team. Sneasler does have the fake out pressure since it just got swapped in. Super Dialga withdrawing the Arcaludon now, bringing Whimsicott back into the field. And Floette going for that Light of Ruin. Sneasler getting absolutely demolished by that attack. Just coming slightly short of KOing itself in the process. I'm just pressing buttons and hoping. Floette going down. Tailwind petering out just in time. The Whimsicott is still sitting there. And Ayabe's only got the King Gambit left. Is this going to be the Arcaludon coming back out? Or is this going to be a different Pokemon from the back? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Dialga's in a winning position here, but apparently his Wi-Fi is conking out. Uh-oh. That will be our Caledon. Okay, you're good. Okay, good. I was worried for a second there, Dialga. Our Caledon coming back out to the field. Going for the Sucker Punch into their Caledon. Going to do a fair amount of damage with that. That Whimsicott going for the Moonblast. Picking up a decent amount of damage. And this is the Aura Sphere. Aura Sphere going into the King Gambit. Going to pick up that KO. And take game 2 for Super Dialga. And with that, we're going to game 3. Hell of a finals going on here, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, not max special defense, so it's not a roll. Head shake. Don't worry, Lexi. You just gotta cheer for Dialga, and when if Dialga wins this, you can say that yeah, you got knocked out of. The only reason you got knocked out of top 8 contention is because you lost to the guy who won. That's the best way to look at it. Did you maybe lose another match somewhere that might have also helped? You know. That doesn't matter. Anyways, Ayabe starting off with the Sneasler and Frostlass once again. Super Dialga going for Whimsicott and Floette again. Just going the, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, the combo. Ayabe going for the Mega Evolution on the Frostlass. Setting up the snow. And Floette also Mega Evolving. Unironically, I think losing round 3 destroyed the rest of the tournament. Oh. Whimsicott going for the Protect instead of the Tailwind up front. Floette as well. Not wanting to risk the Fake Out this time. Frostlass going for the Blizzard right out of the gate. Not getting anything. Sneasler going for the Dire Claw instead of Fake Out. Good call on Dialga's part. Game 2, the Sneasler got swapped for the King Gambit, and that let Dialga get away with murder. Turn 2, Whimsicott goes for the Tailwind immediately. Floette dropping that Light of Ruin. Going into the Sneasler, wiping it out before it can Dire Claw the Floette. And that'll be another Blizzard from the Frostlass, chunking Whimsicott down to its Focus Sash and bringing Floette down to 36. But the Sneasler is down. And the Frostlass may very well follow. Ayabe bringing in their King Gambit. Both Whimsicott and Floette risking a Sucker Punch here. Yep. Super Dialga withdrawing Floette, not wanting to risk that, bringing in the Arcanine instead. Whimsicott going for the Encore into the Frostlass, locking it into Blizzard. Kingambit going for the Sucker Punch, not getting anything out of it. And that will be a Blizzard. Once again, that Shadow Ball is what screwed over the Arcanine in Game 1. Encoring the Frostlass into Blizzard just guarantees that it won't be able to do that. I think pretty sure that's Dialga's mentality there. That's how you use Encore. Oh, the Archaludon coming out next to the Arcanine. Frostlass getting swapped back, fully expecting to get whacked by the Arcanine and not be able to fight back properly. Kingambit going for the Protect. Definitely worried about that Aura Sphere. That will be a Flare Blitz going into the Basculegion slot right now. And that was, in fact, an Aura Sphere aimed for the Kingambit. Yeah, seems like a Draco victim to you, what y'all think? I mean... Bunny Arch, go burr. You two are great. Kingambit going for the Sucker Punch on Archaludon. Gonna chunk that a little bit. Arcanine going for the Flare Blitz into the Kingambit. Gonna pick up that KO right away. And that is, in fact, a Draco Meteor into the Basculegion. Picking up that KO as well. The funny Archaludon dropping the White Herb, resetting the Draco Meteor. The snow has stopped, but we're going to see the Frostlass re-entering the field. You need a duo so you can go around like Rock and Dialga, right? Mega Frostlass back on the field. Super Dialga, though, sitting on 3 remaining Pokemon. Is definitely looking like it's in Dialga's favor. It would take some insane luck on Niabe's part, which... Nope. Flare Blitz going into the Frostlass, picking up the KO. Right out. Frostlass goes down, and that is our finals in Game 3 going to Dialga. Let's go, Dialga! Well deserved, man. Well deserved. Like, I gotta look back a little bit. Is that your first win? Like, I know you've been getting up there in the top cut, but is that your first win here? Yes, I thought so. Congratulations. Well deserved. You've been on a streak, just slowly climbing higher and higher every week for like the last month or so. You absolutely well deserved. This team is too good. All right. Yeah, shout out to Croc for building that team and teaching you how to use it, yeah. See, Dialga only crushed you because they were the best player in the tournament. We saw it right there. Exactly! Exactly, Lexi. Anyways, with that, I'm going to go ahead and finalize the bracket and end the tournament. Without Croc, you'd be Master Ball 3. I'm sure you'd have figured it out by this point. Obviously you figured some stuff out here. You're a quick learner, regardless. But yeah, all of the invites will get... Everybody will get put on the invitation list. All the top 8 tonight will get on the invitation list for the Invitational. I'll be doing that after I end stream. Yeah, all the information about how to sign up, because you will have to actively register for the Invitational. It's just only the people who are on the invitation list can register. So, I'll be adding your accounts to the list. You guys will be able to register. I'll throw the link in event announcements as well, along with tagging everybody who's in the Discord who got the invite so they know to register. I will be doing that once I end stream. And speaking of ending stream, who are we going to raid off tonight? I feel like the obvious answer is Stella. We got a Flydia raid earlier. I'll see you guys later. Thank you to Croc and Show for helping and hosting. Have a good night, Delga. Let's see. I mean, Sephi is also on. There's Sephi. There's Chaos Akuma. Luna. If I wanted to run the Canada, but we got the Flydia raid earlier. It only feels right to raid Stella. Yeah, it only feels right to raid into Stella after that. Alrighty. Well, thank you, everybody, for coming tonight. It has been a wonderful tournament. Lots of good matches played. Dialga getting his first win in our tournament. Everybody getting their invites. That is the first invitational for the our Pride Month charity invitational. The first qualifier is in the books. No problem, Lexi. Always a blast to run these, even if it sometimes runs me a little late into the night when I have to wake up in the morning. Always a blast. Thank you, everybody, for coming out. We're going to raid off to Stella Cosmister right now. Currently streaming Vintage Story. Once again, we got that Flydia raid earlier. Only feels right to raid off to Stella. But yeah, thank you everybody for coming out. We'll be hosting another one of these qualifiers next weekend at same time. And I will be back tomorrow night. I think we are finally finishing off Halo 4. That depends heavily on whether Marcus, Overkill, and Ichi are all able to go. If not, probably crash out crew with Overkill, I'm not gonna lie. We'll find out. Anyways, thank you all for coming out. We're gonna raid over to Stella now. From the YouTube side of things, thank you guys very much for hanging out as well. I'll talk to you all later. Peace.